connect you to better health. Learn more at uhc.com. Plan benefits may vary.
You know your closet well, but what does it sound like? Yes, your closet. Does it whisper your taste? Does it scream your taste? The new Stitch Fix Freestyle, your personalized store, gets to know your unique style and fit. Its selection transforms to show you only the looks and trends you'll love. With a store that evolves alongside your taste, your closet will scream, "So you," without actually screaming. Introducing Stitch Fix Freestyle for women and men, your personalized store. We're so you.
Your life, your hopes, and whatever you were searching for at 1:15 a.m., it's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Crosby to try to win it. And the kick is good to win the game. The 49ers couldn't take enough time off the clock at the end. All Aaron needed was 37 seconds.
And oh, baby, that's how the home opener ends for the 49ers. Mason Crosby with a 51-yard field goal to give the Packers a win. They're now 2-1. They win 30-28. Rodgers with 37 seconds. Yes, that's an eternity for Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers. Devontae Adams special. Aaron Rodgers special. Matt LaFleur gets the last laugh against Kyle Shanahan. And the Niners get out to another slow start. Down 17-0. Yes, they do rally, but it wasn't enough as they lose their first game of the 2021 season. And with that, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Good morning to Langford. Good morning to Curly. Good morning to everybody on Twitch, brought to you by Xfinity and YouTube. And good morning to you, Joe Shasky the Butcher.
Man, you know, it really stinks because yesterday was a great day on a variety of levels. Obviously, the Seahawks lose. You know, you're feeling really good about your home opener. Levi Stadium, the vibe in that parking lot before that game, Bonte, was special. I mean, it was legitimately special. And to have that team kind of start that game that way, Green Bay deserves so much credit this morning. I think LaFleur, I think Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, that defense deserves some respect.
Yep.
They took it to the 49ers. And I know that you and I did a lot of pontificating on how that game would end up playing out.
Right.
That was a hard-hitting, late. You want to say it was a playoff-level game? I'm with you. You want to say it was a December kind of a game for playoff seeding? I'm with you. Because leaving that stadium after that loss, that felt like a season-ending L where you just had to silently leave as the year was over. Like I can't believe for a Week 3 game, the vibes were cranked all the way up.
Yeah, Sunday night prime time, under the lights, home opener, first-time fans had been at Levi Stadium since January of 2020 against that same team, the Green Bay Packers. And the Green Bay Packers, look, I overlooked them. I thought they looked soft to start the season. They came out there and took it to the 49ers.
Hey.
They ran the ball. They passed the ball.
They
hit.
hit.
Had all the time. They hit. And they really took the Niners out of their game plan offensively with the lack of running game. Now you could say, hey, they missed Mostert. Hey, they missed Elijah Mitchell. Hey, they missed Jeff Wilson Jr. Fact is, Green Bay was all over the 49ers running game. Niners, 21 carries, 67 yards. They averaged 3.2 yards a carry. And credit Green Bay for controlling the line of scrimmage. And then Aaron Rodgers. And look, we got all show long. This is a guest-free show on a Monster Monday. We decided during the football season, Joe Shasky and I, that we want to listen to the listeners. This is your show today. 888-957-9570. No guests today. It's just you and us. You roasters and us. Shasky, Langford, and Bonte here. Shanahan and Garoppolo. Shanahan and Garoppolo. Now, a lot of people are going to point the finger at number 10. And number 10 was not good yesterday. We're going to get into all that. Number 10 was not good yesterday. That was a rough watch.
B, and I'll let you finish. I'm about at the end of watching this. I've watched this episode for 15 years.
Yeah.
I cannot. We've had 2 years of let's play dynamic football with Kaepernick. Everything else in the last 15 years is this 7-yard passing game where everyone's running hitches and every single defense is stacking boxes. I can't watch it. I cannot watch it anymore. I can't. I'm ready to rip my eyeballs out.
Dude, it was a rough watch. Watching number 10, Jimmy Garoppolo play quarterback yesterday. It was rough. It was also rough watching Trey Sermon run the football.
He got better as the game went on.
But
it looked bad.
It looked bad.
He looked tentative.
It was rough watching Shanahan call plays and get out coached by Matt LaFleur.
And again, have clock management issues.
Clock management
on
issues.
on both ends. I got plenty of beefs.
I mean, we got plenty of things here. The end of the game, leaving Aaron Rodgers 37 seconds left. How does that happen when you have 3 timeouts and the Packers have no timeouts? You have control of the entire football game. Control of the entire football game. And somehow, some way, Aaron Rodgers gets the ball back with 37 seconds. And look, with 16 left, Packers need 15 yards. They need to get a first down. They need to get in field goal range. How is Diamador Lenore as a rookie on an island with Devontae Adams one-on-one? I get your down corners. I can't get a double on number 17. Anybody but number 17.
A double, triple him, quadruple him. Look, if Valdez Scantling beats you, I'm okay with that. You cannot let Devontae. If you told me Devontae had 25 catches for 300 yards, I would have believed you yesterday.
18 targets yesterday.
Devontae, he was open on every single play. Every single play. And look, masterclass of quarterbacking yesterday was Aaron Rodgers. The numbers, this is where the numbers can lie. The numbers for Jimmy and Aaron Rodgers look very similar. You look at their box score and you're like, wow. Yet the television and me being in the stadium watching it, could they not be more far apart?
Dude, Jimmy
Stop
Garoppolo.
it with the stats. I don't want to hear about stats this morning.
Well, the stats say Aaron Rodgers was 23 for 33, 261.
In full control.
Right? Garoppolo, 25 and 40, 257. Garoppolo did not play well yesterday, folks. He did not play well.
And I also thought that Kyle Shanahan didn't dial up anything aggressive.
No, he didn't. There was one drive where the 49ers decided not to go for it at 4th and 1.
Oh, God.
At the 50. And Shanahan takes the delay game and doesn't go for it. On that possession alone, I watched Brendan Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle nearly get their heads taken off. And I thought Jimmy's going to get hurt. I saw a tweet that made me crack up, and I couldn't retweet it because it had some explicit language in it. It said, "Dog, these guys are going to be on IR by week 5 messing around with Jimmy Garoppolo." It was Jimmy Garoppolo, even the passes he completed, they were behind guys, they were high, they were low. Jimmy Garoppolo, let's just look, time's ticking on him. Time is ticking. Time is ticking. And I'm going to continue to put the blame on Shanahan as long as he plays Jimmy Garoppolo. Because if you're going to run that type of playbook where, you know, it's
it was all these
playbook. It was a terrible playbook. It was
dialed down playbook.
It was an introduction to football playbook. All right? Nothing deep down the field. All right? The Packers were jumping every slant, every in route, every post. They were jumping everything.
They had 5 men on the line. They had 2 linebackers, and all 4 DBs were in the middle of the hashes. It was unreal. And every pass is over the middle with 3 guys draped around it.
Floating in the air. No velocity.
How Ayuk had to come back on that touchdown pass. Debo had to come back on 3 or 4 ones. Look at the reality is this. If you're going to play that style of football, just play the rookie. Because the rookie's going to make mistakes too.
Right.
That's the problem. The rookie's going to make mistakes. But Jimmy makes a ton of mistakes. That play, let's just call it what it is. That play where he got snuffed out by the D end, and I don't know if they're going to run a screen or whatever, and he threw it backwards. That was the least athletic, least moxie play I've seen from a quarterback in a 49er uniform going back to Ken Dorsey.
Right.
What the hell was that?
No, I don't know what that was. But look,
it was a Jimmy gave up play.
Look, Jimmy was bad. Shanahan was worse.
But so was D'Amico.
The defense they were putrid yesterday. The defense and the lack of creativity where, I get it, you're not going to blitz Aaron Rodgers, especially with a secondary that's decimated. You lose Josh Norman to a chest injury. You lose K.Y. Williams to a calf injury. You got to play Dante Johnson at times. Diamador Lenore is on the island by himself, getting torched and picked on, which we discussed last week. Aaron Rodgers is going to look for number 38, and he looked for number 38 all night long. If number 38 was one-on-one, he was going at number 38, Diamador Lenore. That defense is awful. 37 seconds left in the football game, no timeouts, and Green Bay gets in a position to get into field goal range, and they kick the field goal and win the game. That can't happen. The defense stuck. Shanahan stuck. The quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, he's stuck as well.
I just don't understand. Just 37 seconds left, which the part for me on just the clock management, B, for a second. You had I'm talking no sense of urgency with 9-10 minutes to go in that game. And you're looking up, you're like, all right, we're down 10. I don't know how many more possessions we're going to get outside of this one. Maybe one, maybe two. And you're walking up to the line, and you're going tick, 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 tick. I'm like, oh, my God, they got to score before the end of 8 minutes. They got to score before the end of 8 minutes. And then they don't show any sense of urgency there. Then you show all the sense of urgency in the world once you get to like the 35-yard line, and you've got 2 minutes left, and you're throwing and throwing and throwing. Run the ball just to get the clock going. You can't give Aaron Rodgers the ball back. You just can't. You just can't. Now, am I mad at use check for scoring? No. You don't take 7 points off the board when you can get it. Here's who I'm frustrated with. Jimmy Garoppolo. Why are you hiking it with 13 seconds to go?
What?
You're at the 12. You have 3 timeouts. Okay? You tick it down to about 21, 22 seconds. Bonte, even if you can run so many plays with 20-something seconds left, Aaron Rodgers went 75 yards in 37 seconds. You can't go 12? I'm not mad at use check for scoring. I'm frustrated with hiking the ball with 37 seconds to go, or whatever it was, 40 seconds to go, when you had 13 on the play clock and all 3 timeouts. You're a 9-year veteran,
right,
Jimmy Garoppolo. Kyle cannot come run to the middle of the field and tell you how to operate the 2-minute drill.
It's sad. How does that happen?
They're treating this guy like a rookie, and if you're gonna treat him like a rookie, then play the real rookie who has massive upside. I'm over Jimmy. I'm so over watching Alex Smith offense, 7-yard hitches and slants over the middle.
Look,
it's a complete dumpster fire at quarterback.
It was gross yesterday, and people are going to say, "Don't blame Jimmy. It wasn't his fault. He gave the 49ers a lead." No, he didn't give the 49ers a lead. His players made plays. Kittle made plays.
What a novelty.
Debo
oh my
played
God.
plays.
Kittle with the ball in his hands.
Right.
This is my favorite. People are like, well, George Kittle is a great inline blocker. You know what he's significantly better at? Making sick-ass plays over the middle for 50 yards. That's what he's better at. When the ball is in his hands and he's running and he's plowing dudes, that's when this team moves the ball.
9 targets yesterday for George Kittle, and it felt like 9 targets too little. Devontae Adams on the other side had 18 targets. The Green Bay Packers, they look at Devontae Adams. He's their top dog. He's their number 1. And you know what happens? Matt LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers figure out ways to get him the football.
100%.
I look at the Raiders. And I see Darren Waller. And I said, damn, Gruden and Derek Carr make sure they feed Darren Waller. They make sure to implement him in the game plan. And if it's not there early, then you go to Renfro. You go to Ruggs, who's making sick plays now for the Raiders. This offense, the slow starts. First of all, the slow starts on the head coach. How do you not have this team ready to go?
They look pedestrian. It was a grind. They get to the 50-yard line, okay? You're supposed to be the innovator of all innovators. You've got how many coordinators, head coaching jobs? You get to the 50-yard line, you're down 10, and you got your 8-year veteran, 9-year veteran, and Jimmy Garoppolo. You got all your weapons healthy and ready to go. We're going to punt the ball. In fact, we're going to take a delay a game, and we're going to flip the field 32 yards, only so that Aaron Rodgers could flick one up and get a PI. By the way, Aaron Rodgers was literally throwing rainbows to get PIs.
Yeah, and it worked.
Dimes, too.
And it worked.
It did.
Shanahan got out-coached. DeMeco Ryans got out-coached. He got schooled yesterday. Shanahan got out-coached yesterday.
Oh, LaFleur took it to him.
And you know what? There's a conversation to be had about Shanahan today. Because I don't want to, me personally, Jimmy played okay, if that. Like, it was nasty.
I was cringing on every throw.
It was not a fun watch.
If you don't,
it was like watching
cringing, I think you're in denial at this point.
You
I
are
really
in denial.
do.
You know what watching Jimmy was like? It was like watching the Crash Dummy commercials. Because it was an accident waiting to happen every time he threw the football. How many guys left the game off of Jimmy Garoppolo quick slant where guys are just like running into each other at full speed because Jimmy is lollipopping the ball 10 yards over the middle of the field? All right? Like,
it's the ball placement, it's the decision making, and it's the lack of pop plays. Look, if you're gonna make mistakes, which Jimmy makes mistakes. If he was a guy that didn't make mistakes, I would listen to the argument of not playing the rookie because the rookie's gonna make X amount of mistakes.
Right.
They're both gonna make mistakes. Give me some pop plays. The most exciting play last night, it wasn't even the Trey Lance touchdown. It was the Trey Lance scramble outside the pocket where Preston Smith was the first Green Bay Packer that actually had to dive yesterday to make a play. How's Jimmy gonna be a pocket quarterback who literally gets rattled being in the pocket?
Well, not only that, but he doesn't pull the trigger.
Oh,
he doesn't pull the trigger. He doesn't pull the trigger.
I'm just so done.
But again, my blame is Kyle Shanahan. You take Trey Lance number 3 overall because you know Jimmy is not explosive. You want to run explosive plays. You want to open up your running game. I'm not saying, look, Trey Lance and all the rookie quarterbacks, they're struggling. Trevor Lawrence, struggling, but he's showing flashes. Zach Wilson, not ready to play. Mac Jones, Justin Fields is going to get destroyed in Chicago. He's going to get destroyed. Trey Lance, look, ideally, you want a veteran quarterback to help lead a team and let the rookie sit. I'm okay with that. Let the rookie hold the clipboard. But, man, the rookie's better than the veteran. The rookie's better than the veteran.
The fans were chanting for it. The fans were, and it wasn't me. The fans in the entire section were like, Jimmy has to sit in the second half. Everyone was thinking it. When the kid went out there, biggest play of the game, 4th and 1, with no time on the clock. You got to get like 1 second. It's a one-play scenario. You're down 17-0, and you bring the kid in to make the big play. He can be down in the most crucial part of the entire field on one of the biggest plays of the year. You could put him in there, but heaven forbid he gets the ball at the 35. On 1st and 10.
But you know what? That game plan sucked. And that's how Kyle Shanahan.
And look, I'm here for that.
Shanahan's got to prove something to me.
Will you admit that this is not a Super Bowl roster? It's not.
It was.
They have cluster injuries everywhere.
Yeah,
running back, cornerback. This is not a Super Bowl roster.
Before the season started, this was a Super Bowl roster. When they flew into Detroit,
maybe
with Jason Verrett and Raheem Mostert, this was a Super Bowl ready roster.
Okay.
There's no excuses for this team. There's no excuses. When you talk the talk and you say, hey, if we're healthy, we're still one of the best teams in the NFC. You know what? This was a Super Bowl roster. And now you know what? In the NFC West, you're light years behind the LA Rams.
You have to recalibrate.
You are light years behind the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
So if you're not a Super Bowl roster, what are you waiting for with the kid? Let's go to David Vallejo. Dave, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to try to stay calm and not start yelling. I am so irritated. Yeah, there's 1,000 reasons why we lost that game last night. But
yes.
I'm going to say that as soon as I saw the fumble that Jimmy Garoppolo had,
thank you.
It just reminded me so much of the uncoordinated bonehead plays. Yeah, you know what? We can go back to Alex Smith and the way he played. That's what we're getting irritated with. But Jimmy is Alex Smith with turnovers.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Yep.
And I'm so sick of it. We need to give, with Brett down, Greenlaw down, Raheem Mostert down, we need to give our defense something else. And you put Trey Lance in the game, this is what's going to happen. Yeah, he's going to make those mistakes. But those 50-yard bombs that he's going to throw are momentum changers, and that's what's going to help this team. That's all I got.
No, I'm 100% with you. In last night's game, the offensive line played bad. Bonte, they got punked. I thought Clark dominated up the middle, and Jimmy couldn't move in the pocket. He didn't step up. Look, Brady, interior pressure, everyone knows that crushes Brady. Brady will slide right, slide left, slide up, slide back. He doesn't have to run. He can still make plays. Jimmy just he's holding the ball and he's panicking. Trey can at the very least roll out right. Like, again, I say one of the most exciting plays of the night, which drew a penalty and put him in position to score another touchdown on the Sermon dive, was Trey rolling out to the right and just opening things up. I'm watching the receivers get frustrated. Mohamed Sanu, But that's a whole conversation we'll get to in a second. How many balls do you have to watch behind, high, wide, like late in the flat? Like look.
The ball placement yesterday was.
His ball
It was
security
unacceptable.
stinks too.
It was unacceptable. The ball placement as well. Look, a lot of people are saying you're crushing Jimmy. You're off. Defense stunk yesterday. Jimmy was not good, and the head coach was not good. Everybody's getting some blame today, baby.
And roster
Everybody.
construction. And roster construction. Because the fact that Dante Johnson, even with the cluster injuries, the fact that he's the dude that you got back there, I mean, what are we doing here? And you know what? Here's the sad part is this. There were some great positives. George Kittle looked outstanding. Debo, I thought, fought like hell. Brandon Ayuk coming out party. Kyle Juszczyk's best game as a 49er. Bonte, they need to play him more. They need to have him touch the ball more. That Texas route, I mean, Juszczyk played his you-know-what off last night, and I just felt like this team.
We got a long show, Shasky. We got a long show.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm fired up. It just pissed me off. That felt like the season last night. I don't know why.
No, it's week 3. Let's not go there.
But it felt so much bigger than that.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Jake in San Francisco, real quick. Jake in San Francisco right before the break here on the Morning Roast. What's up, Jake?
Hey, guys, I'm tired of Jimmy getting the blame. He didn't play great, but he's the only reason they were in that game. This defense, Super Bowl, they blew it. Last night, they blew it. Hold their asses accountable. Terrible. Terrible. If you can't close out a game with 37 seconds, geez. And the Lions got dominated. They can't bully the Packers anymore. They could bully them before. They can't bully them. It was ugly.
It was ugly, Jake, and thanks for the phone call here. We're going to get to the other side. On the other side, we're going to get to this defense because I don't want to just say Jimmy. Jimmy wasn't the only problem yesterday.
No, it's one element. It's one element.
It's a big element, but defensively, there's problems because you know who's coming to town, and I know they're 1-2. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. And you don't think Russell Wilson's watching film right now on how to attack the 49ers. Then you get Arizona. Before the bye week, you got to just get to the bye week, baby, over 500.
Oh, come on. I'm just telling you, they're battered right now. The cluster injuries are going to do them in. Running back, cornerback, they're done. Like, they are done. Teams are playing them in a box. They have no explosiveness whatsoever. George Kittle, the play of the game last night, obviously, Jimmy Garoppolo hitting George Kittle on that long third down. That was an unbelievable. He had 2 great throws. The Debo lob pass into the red zone on the south side, and then the throw to the north side, George Kittle late. They got bailed out by so many penalties. Should have been like, there was one drive, I think they had 70 yards, just penalties. Look, that was uglier than it looked.
Defense looked bad yesterday. Head coach wasn't good. That's why I can't come in here and just give all the blame to Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not going to do that today. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Exergen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Let's talk about that defense. The defense with this ferocious front. This defense with a great front four, apparently. They did not get home yesterday a lot. Aaron Rodgers had his way down in Santa Clara. We'll get into the defense and whether or not you're concerned about D'Amico Ryans. 888-957-9570. It's a Monster Monday here on the Morning Roast, and fever is the leading sign of COVID. So make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer, backed by science. It's the accurate thermometer you need and can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at Exergen.com.
It's a Monster Monday. We're reacting to...
and it's picked up. Kenny Clark created it, and Campbell picks it up.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Al Michaels on the call for NBC. Chris Collinsworth, prime time, under the lights. It was great to see everybody at the Hilton Hotel yesterday. Rocco, Cousin John, Big Dog City, Mo Money, Robin San Bruno.
They were all getting after it.
Derek the Mailman, coming from Dallas.
Derek the Mailman.
Oscar in San Jose. Many people. Coach in Los Altos Hills. All you guys at the Hilton Hotel, thank you so much for coming through and stopping by. It was a lot of fun to see the Niner fans out there. A lot of fun to see the Packer fans out there. There were some Raider fans out there. So Raiders improved to 3-0. They're feeling good on the Monday.
They should.
I'll tell you what. The Giants are feeling good after sweeping the Colorado Rockies. They're up 2 on the Dodgers with 6 to play. How about them apples?
Oh, they looked absolutely fantastic. I got so many Giants nuggies. Having them finally have a guy go over 27 home runs. The Barry Bonds number, 28,
Brady
the
Bonds
Bonds
gonna
number.
Hit 30.
He got
He's
hurt.
1 away from 30.
We'll see what the X-rays say. But, yeah, he had a great weekend. It was a great weekend for the Bats. I thought Gosman totally recovered. Today's about the Niners. We'll get into the Giants.
Duval,
I've got so many Giants opinions I'm ready to unload like I'm Rambo in the middle of the jungle. But right now, I'm straight up 49ers. Bonte, I cannot believe I watched them try to blanket Devontae Adams all night. And look, D'Amico's a young coordinator, and I get it. It takes time. They tried to press him. He would just boom, get your hands off me, I'm open. And Rodgers was targeting him all game. Rodgers was looking one way, and then immediately after would pivot and just throw the back shoulder to him. Then they tried to go zone, and he's just open all day on the zone.
Yep.
You literally had to double or triple team him yesterday. I kept saying, there's one guy. Let Valdez-Scantling beat you. Let one of these other random guys beat you. They weren't even dedicated to the run, even though actually I thought they ran the ball pretty good in that second half, if we're being honest. And Devontae, you knew he was going to get it. And then the final throw, he sat down right at the field goal range where they were like, hey, get me to the 50-yard field goal, 35-yard line. He just sat down, boom, wide open, bing, boom, let me go up, let me spike the ball. That was a masterclass of orchestrating a 2-minute drive with 37 seconds to go by an all-time Hall of Fame talent who dominated that game yesterday.
Diamador Lenore was the corner trying to defend Devontae Adams. You get a rookie out there on the island against one of the best receivers in football, against one of the best quarterbacks in football, you're going to get picked apart. I thought defensively they had an up-and-down night. They had an up-and-down night. To hold the Packers to 3 early on was good. The play design by the Packers to score that Devontae Adams touchdown was excellent.
I love that little motion and then moving back out.
Norman, and then going straight back out.
Well, you saw
Norman
the replay.
Passed them off.
See, he passed off to the inside
passed
guy?
them off to the inside guy, and the inside guy. They didn't. The communication was spotty yesterday.
But that play, that play to me is one of those ones guys, all week we should have been saying, Devontae. I don't care what the coverage is. Devontae. He's the guy you got to stop.
And they didn't stop him.
Josh Norman, I'm going to pass him off? No, stay with him.
You're down 10-0. They did have a goal line stand there and shut them down on a 4th and 1, which I thought the play before on 3rd down, if you remember, Lenore and Josh Norman made a hell of a game tackle to keep the Packers from getting that 1st down.
He did.
And they forced the Packers, they stopped them on 4th down. So you're still down 10-0. You start to move the football a little bit. Shanahan doesn't go for it on 4th and 1. Takes a delay game, you punt. Next play, Packers get a PI. And it's what was the punt good for? You blew the momentum. I thought you had a roll there. Why not play Trey Lance on the 4th and 1? Why not run an RPO? Why not give yourself more options there? Instead, you elect to punt. Packers go up 17-0, and I thought for the most part in the second half, the Niners defense did show up. They did show up. But 37 seconds left in the game, and you blow it to the Packers who don't have any timeouts. D'Amico Ryan's look, the pass rush, where's the pass rush at?
It's MIA.
Where's it at?
But I also think, look, the pass rush looked a little gassed, a lot gassed. But Bonte,
the pass rush has to help out the secondary.
I agree with you.
The pass rush has to step up.
Can you also give LaFleur credit for going 3, 4, and 5 wide receivers all game and forcing this team to putting out personnel that's lesser than?
But think about that though. You got a beat up offensive line.
I know.
There's no David Bakhtiari.
I know.
They have another injury on the offensive line. This line was awful. Awful. And you go out there and you don't get any run. Give me some blitzes. Give me something to help out this secondary that's beat up. Nothing. Aaron Rodgers, and the cool part is, Aaron Rodgers had guys running wide open. You're right. I watched every route of Devontae Adams.
Open all
Maybe
game.
2 routes he wasn't open on.
And our guys, conversely, were draped on. Like, it felt like every wide receiver, because they know the routes. Slants, ins. It was very simple. We don't stretch the field. Aaron Rodgers, his sense for pressure is unbelievable. The way that he understands where it's coming from, and I contrast that with watching Jimmy Garoppolo. Anyone gets near him, and he just, and it's like, I mean, there was 3 or 4 plays. I said, Jimmy, run, Jimmy, get out of the pocket. Aaron Rodgers, conversely, when Nick Bosa's barreling down on him, either backpedals and just throws it away, or he took a big, deep drop to allow that pass rush even more time to try to get to him, and then he's just flinging it deep. How many rainbows did he throw up where he was like, you know what? Even if my guy doesn't get it, maybe we get a PI.
Yes, because you got to beat up secondary. You got to beat up secondary. You got to beat this defense. It needs work.
I thought Al-Shaair played really hard yesterday.
But ever since the 7-minute mark against the Detroit Lions, this defense hasn't been the same. Now, last week against Philadelphia, they kept the 49ers in a football game. They really did. They adjusted, and they shut down the Philadelphia Eagles. You come out this week, and it was just something's off. Something's amiss. Now, you could say the injuries, Jason Verrett. You could say K'Wan Williams. That's tough. That is tough to deal with. Josh Norman, you lose him. I get all that. But you got to dominate up front. And Aaron Jones, they ran the ball when they wanted to.
Dylan, I thought was
carries.
good.
Dylan was good. He was 6 carries, 18 yards. It was okay.
No, but
Aaron
critical
Jones,
yards, though.
But Aaron Jones, 19 carries, 82 yards.
Yeah.
He really started knifing the 49ers defense up. And a lot of them was gashed right up the middle.
Yeah.
Right up the middle.
He had a little wiggle to the outside on a couple plays in the fourth quarter. Look, B, I thought it was a bad game for the secondary as a whole. I thought it was a bad game for the defensive line, but they were out there forever. I mean, the entire first half, I felt like Green Bay had the ball.
It did, but in the second half, it was mostly the 49ers. And you look at the time of possession, it balanced itself out. Packers had the ball for 30 minutes and 8 seconds. Niners, 29 minutes, 52 seconds. So the defense was able to get a lot of rest.
Okay.
They were able to get a lot of rest in that second half as the 49ers went on a lot of clock-killing drives there in the second half. Let's go to Tony real quick in San Carlos. Tony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, yeah, I'm going to steal the thunder too. It's a lot of Jimmy this, and that's the way the NFL is. It's always Aaron Rodgers versus Jimmy Garoppolo, but we always forget that it's 11 on 11. Football is
yesterday. No, but real quick. Yesterday was 2 guys beat them: Devontae and Aaron Rodgers. That's who destroyed them yesterday.
But where's the D line? Where's Bosa? I thought Bosa was going to be this Myles Garrett, the Watt brothers. I mean, that dude is missing in action. I didn't see him doing anything yesterday. But yeah, we're attacking the offense. The offense is stale. There's no doubt about it. I'm tired. I cannot stand to see another bubble screen or pass to the sidelines. It's the sideways offense. Is disgusting. I cannot stand that. We got to move up to that. Jimmy's arm is, I know he can't go downfield, but man, we have to do something. That defense, it just was sad at the end, man.
It was sad.
I cannot believe that.
Thanks for the call, Tony. The defense was bad.
Knew.
The defense was bad yesterday. Devontae Adams has to be doubled. He has to be doubled in that situation. Anybody but Devontae. That didn't happen. There was a lack of adjustments. And look, 5-1-0, D-line was trash. You guys were saying that they were dominant. You know what? They have been disappointing. The strength of this team, I thought, was the defensive line. They have been disappointing. They were disappointing yesterday. They were disappointing.
I think it was also, as we can look at the D-line, it was completely negated by Aaron Rodgers dropping back as many times as he did and just chucking it up. I get where everyone's saying, but, we got to give Aaron Rodgers a little bit of credit. I'm not saying the D-line was dominant. Right. They were far from it.
Look.
They couldn't stop the run, and they wouldn't get to the quarterback. But, dude, Aaron Rodgers, man, he changes everything. This is what a Hall of Famer does.
Aaron Rodgers had a clean jersey yesterday.
100%. The one gang tackle sack where I think the entire D-line collapsed him. But where's Armstead? Where's Kinlaw? Where's Bosa? Where's Ford?
Where's DJ Jones? I didn't hear D. Ford's name. I didn't see D. Ford all day long. I didn't see Javon Kinlaw. His defensive line was MIA yesterday.
They dropped back Contavious Street on a play, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why is Contavious Street, a D tackle who weighs 320 pounds, backing up in space like we're going against Lamar Jackson in the option? What the hell are we doing?
It's a simple question. As this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber, as an essential service, their lumber yards remain open from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Call 855-GSL-YARD or visit GoldenStateLumber.com and download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game to get breaking news updates as well as links to the top interviews and best moments on the game. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. Trey and Mo, we're going to get to you on the other side. But who's to blame? Are we playing the blame game? Why did the 49ers lose that game yesterday to the Green Bay Packers? I want to know. It's a guest-free Monday, a Monster Monday. Here on the roast, it's you, it's Shasky, it's myself. 888-957-9570. What happened at Levi Stadium? What happened in your mind? Was this on Shanahan? Was it on the defense? Or was it on the quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo? Your call's coming up here, plus your text. YouTube is popping, and Twitch brought to you by Xfinity. We'll be right back.
It's a Monster Monday. We're reacting to Niners.
Jones with a slip move. Started right, goes left, touchdown. There is your run to daylight. A lot of traffic to the right, so he goes to the left, and in they go, 87 yards, 9 plays.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Al Michaels on the call, NBC Sports. You know what? There's a lot to go over with that game yesterday. The Niners lose their home opener 30-28 at Levi Stadium. Green Bay wins with the last-second field goal by Mason Crosby, 51 yards. They celebrate. But real quick, because we're going to get back out to the lines. The lines are lit up right now. 888-957-9570 here on the Monster Monday. Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan. We read the reports last week about Michael Silver and how LaFleur was ticked off at Shanahan. Well, there's a couple instances where we saw LaFleur. When the Packers scored their first touchdown, Devontae Adams, they go up 2-0. The cameras pan to Matt LaFleur. And he screams, F yeah, mother bleep, looking right at the Niners sideline as if he was looking at Kyle Shanahan. Then I took the binoculars from the press box. I had the binoculars. And as soon as Green Bay made that field goal, my binoculars hit Matt LaFleur and followed him across the field.
Oh.
And that handshake between Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan was spicy. It was spicy. It was a handshake that screamed, we don't rock with each other anymore. There's bad blood there. And Matt LaFleur, no doubt, wanted to stick it to Kyle Shanahan. And he got the last laugh yesterday down at Levi Stadium.
He did. I thought schematically, Bonte, he did exactly what the template is to offset the 49ers' strength. This 49ers' strength is, hey, our front seven, at least that's what they think, that their front seven is good, right?
Right.
Well, what I would do if I was, and I'm looking at what Kyler's done over the years. Go 3 and 4 wide. I'm going to force you into nickel situations and play your weaker part of your roster. What's the weakest part of your roster? That secondary. And for as good as Tart played the week before, I thought he was lousy yesterday. I thought Jimmy Ward was meh. I mean, and we've negated this. How the hell did they not call a penalty on Jimmy Ward, number one? And number two, how the hell does Davante Adams get cleared from concussion protocol so quickly where he's out on the field 2 plays later?
Absolute savage.
What are we doing? Do we care about players' health?
No. Absolutely not.
I mean, the guy was on the ground. Not. He wasn't moving. We went to commercial, and then all of a sudden, next thing I know, he's back out onto the field.
It is what it is.
I mean, Jesus.
It is what it is.
But LaFleur deserves a ton of credit because the way to do this is isolate all of their crappy DBs and just continue to target Davante Adams. This one guy destroyed them. Aaron Jones had his way. Why?
Now that Scantling made a couple plays.
He did.
He got over the top.
Well, other guys are going to make plays.
Lazard got over the top.
Other guys are going to make plays.
Rodgers was selective.
When it was the end of the game and it was time to win the game.
Yeah, Devontae.
Did Rodgers look at anyone other than Devontae?
No, he looked at Davante Adams.
Thank you.
And you knew, everybody in the building knew Davante Adams had a monster game.
It would have been nice to have a cornerback. I don't know. Maybe that second-round pick that you wasted on Banks. It would have been sure as heck nice to have somebody, I don't know, suited up and playing.
Well, you know what? Davante Adams, 12 catches, 132 yards, 18 targets.
I thought he went for 200 last night.
18 targets.
I thought he had 25 catches for 200.
Let's hear from Shanahan, now Matt LaFleur, because this is what I'm into after the game.
LaFleur deserves credit, man.
LaFleur stuck it to Shanahan. And you can't tell me that there was a little sizzle on the handshake at the end of the game. Let's hear from Shanahan on the whole Matt LaFleur situation.
Podcast showed you meeting LaFleur at midfield. It's a very quick exchange. Is that just emotions? I know you guys are normally closer.
Yeah, I think I was just pissed about the game. Ended on the last play and wasn't trying to hang out too long in the middle of the field.
Oh.
Hey, I thought that was your boy, former OC. Hey, man, good game, man. That was a hell of a game, blah, 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 blah. I was just quick, boom, I'm out. That was very Belichickian. the way Shanahan dealt with that handshake. So, yes, there's some bad blood there, and that's not the biggest story. It's not the biggest story yesterday's
What is
game.
the biggest story?
You tell me. What's the biggest story to you, Shasky?
I think that it's right now we're looking at a pie chart of culpability. You're looking at defensive blunders and inability to adjust and stop one player who's going to destroy you. I look at the same old clock management situations for Kyle Shanahan, because to me, him and Jimmy Garoppolo need to be married at the hip. This is not a rookie out there where you have to hold his hand when it comes to the play clock. Guys, I get it. You're trying to score a touchdown. I never want to take touchdowns off the board, especially late in games. But you're at the 12. You've got all 3 timeouts. There was no need to hike the ball with 13 seconds on the clock. And I get it.
Play clock,
you felt like you're in the play clock. You feel like you're in a rhythm. Like, I understand all those things. You're at the 12. You're going to have as many plays as you need. If Aaron Rodgers had 30 seconds and he was at the 12, Bonte, how many throws would he have conceivably to get into the end zone? He could get a first. That's number one. Maybe 6?
Yeah.
Maybe 5, 6?
Yep.
You only need 1. So, I get it. I'm not even mad at Juszczyk. I can't be mad at Juszczyk.
It's the clock management. It's the hurry up.
It's not just that, B. It's also the clock management with 10 minutes to go in that game with no sense of urgency.
And that's on Shanahan.
Ah, God. And then
That's
not
on
going
Shanahan.
for it. Not going for it. Down in distance. One of the big plays last year that flipped the game was them going for it on 4th down and throwing to George Kittle on a 4th and short. 4th and 1 presents itself. And instead of trotting Trey Lance out there, they go, okay, they're going to go with Jimmy. That's fine. You want to go with Jimmy? Then run a play. Don't take a delay a game and then pump the ball back to them. Come on, you got to play to win. You don't play scared. You're supposed to be this innovator of offense. Come on.
Mo in Oklahoma.
And then
What's
Jimmy,
going on?
obviously, this third part of this. Jimmy was terrible.
Mo in Oklahoma, you're on the roast. What's up, Mo? Mo.
Hey, good morning, fellas. What's going on?
What's going on, Mo?
Good morning, man. Happy Monday. Not so happy Monday. However us fellow Niners fans want to take it, but I don't want to blame Kyle for the loss. However, just like you guys were saying, bad clock management that last drive. As soon as they scored, I didn't even bother celebrating because the way the defense was playing, and you know what? I give the defense a break because they gave our offense plenty of chances in which Jimmy effed up via the fumble, via taking sacks. And, everybody in the stadium, everybody watching the damn game knew that Rodgers was going to be looking for one man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just crazy. Mind-boggling how Dante Johnson still has a job in the NFL.
The guy has more lives than a cat. It's a good call. Thank you very
Mo,
much.
you started off slow, but you finished strong there.
Let the rat on the table, Guru. Niners should never have even been in position to win this game. They were lucky to be down just 17-0.
I can't believe they
lucky.
I can't believe the punt on 4th and 1. You finally had some rhythm there.
It did just
after
make
a
no
4th down
sense.
stop.
It made
after
no
a 4th down stop, and you're going down the football field. It's 4th and 1, and you're the big bad 49ers. You're the big bad 49ers.
Physical.
The bully
We're
on the
gonna
block.
run through people.
We're bully on the block. You got Trey Lance, who's a short yardage specialist at this point of his career, and you punt the ball. And teams, like the text here from the 510 is right. Why did Shetty punt on 4th and 1 at the 50 when Jimmy was on he was 4 for 4 on sneaks last week? That's Oscar at EPA, 650, 510. Everybody in the morning was going for it on 4th and 1. Everybody.
It will be.
Hey,
that's the other thing about all this. When you're sitting back at Red Zone or you're watching any of these games, it's impossible to not watch all these quarterbacks and go, dear God, all of them can do things and our guy can't do anything. Like right now, let me ask you right now. And again, you don't pick on Jimmy. No, the reality is this. What does Jimmy do well? As a pocket quarterback, he can't even throw from the pocket. He's not accurate. He doesn't have a good arm. He's not scrambling. I don't think his discernment and his decision-making is all that great. Like, what does he do that, enables him to be the starter right now?
Look, that game to me is not on Jimmy Garoppolo. But Jimmy Garoppolo at this point of his career does not do anything well. You want to say get the ball out quick, he pats the ball. He's indecisive. He doesn't pull the trigger. When he throws it out, there was maybe one pass play outside the numbers yesterday. There was not too many plays outside the numbers. That grass outside the numbers does not need any maintenance this week.
No.
You don't have to water it. You don't have to mow it. The grass is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Like, Jimmy does not stretch the field. So if you want to say Jimmy wasn't that bad, I'm telling you, man, I look, we could do this week. All you roasters who want to watch Jimmy Garoppolo in this game over, we will set something up at a park or something. We'll go rent a projector, and we'll go over every single throw. The ball place, I'm telling you, from where I was sitting, the ball placement.
The ball was in the air
like,
forever.
It wasn't just me. I was sitting there quietly, but the people around me was like, wow, why did he throw that? Wow. Like, the sounds after Jimmy Garoppolo throws the ball and the chatter, it tells you everything. Let's continue to rock with the lines, though.
To be fair on Jimmy's behalf, I thought Clark dominated this game. I thought Preston Smith dominated this game. Their defensive line played outstanding.
They played outstanding, but you know what?
That's a playoff-level defensive line.
No, but you know what? You know what? That defensive line hadn't done nothing all season long.
Well, they did it yesterday.
And Jimmy, part of the reason why he was taking sacks was because he was holding on the ball too long. Some of that stuff was covered sacks. Some of it was lack of design by Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, it was
That's why the game plan yesterday. If you're going to run that type of playbook.
Well, they only ran 8 times in the first half.
I mean, if you're going to run that type of playbook, though, all right, where do we do it? Like, the lack of creativity with Kyle Shanahan. That's why I point to him first. He's the offensive genius. How about you create the playbook yesterday? Everything was so predictable. Yeah. Everything is in the middle of the field. It's so predictable at all. Let's go back to the lines. I want to go to Trey and Vallejo real quick. Trey, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast.
Oh, man, top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning.
This morning. Man, you know, Monte, looking at the game yesterday, and let me give a shout-out to my Raiders for going 3-0 yesterday. But, like, when I look at the game yesterday, it was kind of almost identical to the Raiders game because Raiders fell behind 14-0, like the Niners fell behind 17-0. But I thought the difference was you can't give Aaron Rodgers a 17-point cushion to begin with. We know what he's about. At least you could say Brissett, he's not Aaron Rodgers. So you could say the Raiders had a little bit of playing room to mess with him being down 14-0.
Right.
But the thing I liked about the Niners was they showed resilience and came back against Aaron Rodgers because when they was down 17-0, I said, oh, man, you spotted Aaron Rodgers 17. You're not coming back. So I gave them some credit. You know, I get what you're saying about Jimmy, you know, and I agree with you. You know, I don't think he has, like I said, and I know Niner fans, they might not like this, but he just ain't better than Carr. We can kill that argument right now.
Well, he's not even better than Kirk Cousins. He's not better than a lot of guys.
Hey, Trey, he's not the best quarterback on his team, but go ahead.
Yeah. But the fact is, he can't play from behind.
No.
But he did yesterday, and I thought, like, you know, the defense makes some good plays. You know, keeping him in there. Like the play I thought really killed them was, which I'm sure Bronte you might agree with, was the play. Like I don't know what he was trying to do, where he fumbled and he threw it backwards. I trying to do.
Look, hey Trey, great phone call here.
If CJ Beathard did that exact same thing. Would it not have been a meme?
Well, I want to hear from Jimmy. Because I haven't heard this yet. Here's Jimmy Garoppolo on that fumble in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, we were trying to run a screen pass. Running back got caught up in the line a little bit. Just got caught in between throwing it. I was trying to throw it away as the guy hit my arm, and unfortunate call by the refs there for a fumble.
Unfortunate call there. Well, Jimmy Garoppolo, his reaction to the play screamed that it was a fumble. So what was unfortunate about the call?
I just don't know.
What was he going to do? His reaction.
What was he trying to do?
His reaction was, I fumbled the ball. I screwed it up. And now after the game, you're saying, oh, yeah, the refs, that was an unfortunate call. No, it was a fumble. And you're lucky it wasn't a fumble return for a touchdown.
Was he trying to throw it away?
There was no one there. In the middle.
It looked like the screen got blown up, and instead of just taking the sack, and this is the big difference for me. Everyone said, well, Jimmy just wins. Jimmy just wins. Jimmy just wins. Jimmy won when they were an overwhelming roster, okay? And they ran the ball down team's throat and played elite defense.
He won when they were flawed. He went 5-0 in 2017.
He had games
credit.
here and there. He had games here and there.
Give him his
but
credit.
he turns the ball over too much. That's the problem with the guy. And there's 0 pop plays. All right? If you're going to be a game manager, you can't turn the ball over. You can't throw the ball into triple coverage over and over and over again. Every team is saying, we dare you to go over 10 yards and we dare you to throw to the boundaries. Jimmy just can't do it.
No, he can't. But also, I don't think Shanahan helped the game plan either. Shanahan was awful.
I'm not exonerating him.
Everybody,
but I think that part of his game plan is because of the limitations of Jimmy.
But then pull him in.
Hey,
Stop making excuses.
I'm with you.
Pull him in.
I wanted Trey.
Pull him.
The whole stadium wanted Trey.
Pull him in. Because I'm tired of the excuses for Shanahan. Oh, he doesn't like this quarterback. He wants to get his own guy. Well, you got your own guy and play him then. Because I'm tired. Mo and West Oakland yesterday. I was listening to Shamari block. The block is hot. And Daryl the Guru Johnson last night holding down on overtime. Kept me entertained the whole ride.
Did you hear me?
And Mo and West Oakland. I did hear you. I turned it down.
Did I sound good?
And I turned it down. By the way, the Panthers, according to Ian Rappaport, the Panthers are closing in on a trade for cornerback C.J. Henderson from the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Why aren't we in on that?
The details, Carolina tight end Dan Arnold and a third-round pick to Jacksonville for the former first-round pick out of Florida. Immediate help for Carolina. C.J. Henderson, he starts fresh. Now they have J.C. Horn and C.J. Henderson at corner. But Shanahan, Mo and West Oakland called, and he called us last week. And he asked a simple question. When are we going to stop crowning Kyle Shanahan? Because everybody around here's crowned him. He's a genius. He's the next Bill Walsh. I haven't seen that from him in a year and a half. All right? I haven't seen that from him in a year and a half. When are we going to see it?
B, I think that he's making the most of what the situation is right now in terms of the window dressing. Every single play. B, one of the best plays of the game last night was, hey, we're going to go to this exotic formation and we're going to run everybody around. And then Juszczyk comes in and takes a snap as a fullback under center. Have you ever seen that? That was a great play call. And I'm isolating that one. Look, he's not perfect. I'm not here to say that. I think that the offense is so limited with Jimmy Garoppolo, and he has to do so much window dressing. Teams are like, we don't even buy the window dressing anymore. There's nothing to buy.
And they jump all the routes.
We dare you to try to throw the ball past 10 yards. That's it. That's what they're saying. And again, I'm watching the NFL yesterday. Herbert, and again, these are the great players in the league. Josh Allen, even Mahomes when he's really good pedestrian yesterday. All these guys can make plays when there's no play to be had. Jimmy can't even make plays when we dial it up properly. Mohamed Sanu is wide open. Wide open. Mohamed Sanu playing is a whole nother topic that drives me nuts.
Shanahan.
He's wide open. And Jimmy throws it way out in front of him. Way out in front of him. He catches it and he turns upfield. He's still running. The ball placement on even the balls that he completes, it's just, look, man, he's a mediocre quarterback.
Yeah.
Time to turn the page. I'm over it. Play the kid.
Well,
you're not winning the Super Bowl. Play the kid. Let's see him develop. He's not going to learn from the sidelines. Let him play. This Patrick Mahomes fairy tale scenario that everyone wants to live out, that's not reality. He's going to have to take his lumps. There's going to be some ups and downs.
I don't
play the kid.
I don't know. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco and the Odyssey Station. After watching all those rookies struggle yesterday, the NFL's a different beast. You can ruin it. Like, Justin Fields is going to get ruined in Chicago. First of all, his release is slow. He gets popped. That's a bad offensive line. And if the offensive line yesterday is struggling and Trey Lance is worried about a pass rush, this kid's going to look bad. This kid is going to look bad. All right? He's going to look bad.
I'm willing to live with it.
I'm not right now. I'm not. I think it's too early for that move. But Shanahan has to figure it out. Shanahan has to be the guy to say, you know what, it's time to move on. Or throw the entire playbook at Jimmy Garoppolo. Throw it at him. Open it up. But I'm not punting on a season in week number 3.
You can't open it up with Jimmy. He literally cannot throw the ball down the field. Like Bonte, he just can't do it. It's not in his DNA. That's not who he is.
And
I feel like he's playing scared football because he knows his next contract depends on it. And you can almost feel him processing like, and he's just holding on to the rocks. Like, God, let it rip.
The game plan's also scary.
I agree.
That was a scary game plan.
I'm with you.
All right? So,
and the lack of adjustments is alarming.
Look, the whole Super Bowl thing, like...
it's out the window.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
They're not a Super Bowl contender.
It's not. They didn't play like one. They haven't played like one. But there's talent on this football team. People tell me Super Bowl or bust before the season. Now it's, Let's develop.
Well, I didn't think they were a Super Bowl or bust team, though, but
come on,
look, when you have cluster injuries at running back and at DB,
yeah, but that was during the season. You were healthy going into the season.
You have to recalibrate.
You were healthy going into week 1. Scott and Belvedere. Scott, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
I'm hurting.
Oh, all right. Hey, listen, 2 characteristics why the Niners aren't going to be a good team this year. One is that they do these little early celebrations. They're cocky out there. Even when they were losing, they're out there pumping their fists and celebrating these little plays. And then the second one is they're like complaining about the penalties. They're throwing their arms up in the air. And there was one play Kittle was arguing with the ref that should have been a call. And those are just bad signs. This is not football. That's like emotional stuff, you know, and they shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, it smacked of desperation. I thought the referees were really bad on both sides. If we're being honest, the Niners got a couple of bad flags in their favor and against them. Like the Jimmy Ward no flag on the Devontae in the modern NFL, I'm shocked he wasn't flagged for that one. That's just me. And then Niners ended up getting the ball back right there. So I thought the flags were really, really bad. And both teams benefited, and it was against them as well. He's gone.
And
yes, it was.
Let's go to the consultant. Thanks, Scott, for the phone call. The consultant in the creek. What's up, consultant?
What's up, boys? I'm doing great. It sounds like a lot of other people aren't, man. Look, I was at that game last night just like you guys. I'll touch on Jimmy and Trey here in a second because I've got a different take, I think, than a lot of people on that one. But, man, I don't think it's all that bad. I mean, it was a great atmosphere. The crowd was pumped.
It was.
Yeah, we got. It was not a great first half, but you know what? We're going up against one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Aaron Rodgers just throws such a pretty ball.
He's so special.
Sometimes you just got to tip your cap. I mean, it is just ridiculous how that guy throws that ball on the sideline in games. And Devontae Adams is probably the best receiver in the league. Yep. And there is, there was this conversation about we should have used a cornerback in our draft or whatever. There is no cornerback that came out of that draft after the second round that was going to cover Devontae Adams yesterday. He was just lit.
Yeah, but that doesn't excuse not investing more into the position.
Yeah, but
I agree with your premise.
No, I'm not talking about investing. I was just saying that wouldn't have helped yesterday.
I agree with that.
About yesterday.
Yeah.
Now I just want to talk about Jimmy and Lance. One thing I just want to give a different perspective on something. And look, I run my own company, and culture and what people in your team think matters. I think Shanahan isn't making that call to switch to Trey because that locker room genuinely loves Jimmy Garoppolo. And if Lance does what he did in the preseason, which was not be very good, he's going to lose that entire team because team culture and that team loves Jimmy. You watch those guys on the sideline when he does well. He's just a leader. Now, he's not the greatest quarterback. I'm with you guys on that. But I think Shanahan knows. He's a people's coach. He's a player's coach. He's got a read on that locker room. And there's absolutely no way that if Trey Lance plays like he did in that preseason, I love Trey. He does great on those short routes, but he's raw. He's 20 years old. He's played like 12 games his entire life in a collegiate level. He's just not ready for the NFL.
But see,
and I think that's why he's not playing. I think that's why he's not making that pull right now.
Great call, consultant.
And I'm gonna counter with this. The reason he's only played 12 games is more ammunition to play the kid. The kid needs reps. He needs the live bullet things. I didn't see Trent Williams not celebrating when he handed him that ball and he spiked it down. And I watched Debo and I watched Ayuk and I watched the way that they get frustrated with Jimmy Garoppolo. I understand the premise of losing the locker room. But remember this, everyone. The roster changes over dramatically year to year to year. I mean, just look at what happened during the Harbaugh era. Look what happened with the Shanahan era from year to year. The roster changes dramatically.
Right.
It's about who gives this team the chance to unlock things. If I'm Debo and I'm Ayuk and I want to hit my 1,500 yards, my 1,200 yards as a wide receiver and get my big contract, is Jimmy going to get that for me?
Probably not.
Okay, then.
Probably
so
not.
You're not going to lose them.
Probably
now,
not. But is Shanahan going to get that for you because he's a run-first coach?
That's a question I have no answer to.
He's a run-first coach. And the running game right now is stuck in neutral. The run game's right now stuck in neutral.
I have
a head coach
no answer.
And a coach who has a reputation of churning out running back after running back after running back. Right now, the running game stinks. The running game,
they're down to their third
everything
back.
is predicated off the running game with this offense, and the running game is non-existent.
I agree.
It's non-existent.
But I also think that we're not giving enough credit to Green Bay selling out to stop the run. And I thought Clark
What about the lack of adjustments?
Hey,
there was a lack of adjustments by the 49ers in the run game yesterday.
It's impossible to run into a stacked box. We did this during the
Where's
Alex
the play
era.
action pass? We're stretching
the guy
the
can't
field.
move.
It's not on that. It's on Shanahan too. I don't think you can play Trey Lance right now. I like Trey Lance. Maybe you sprinkle him in. But Jimmy's not the reason you lost that football game yesterday. It's not. He's not the reason.
We act like Trey's going to go out there and he's just, I'm so overwhelmed in the moment.
No.
The kid's going to be fine. He scrambled out yesterday.
I saw Trevor Lawrence look shocked.
That's fine.
This guy's played at Clemson.
Yeah, that's okay.
You know what I'm saying?
You're going to look back. Jimmy looked shocked.
Zach Wilson.
Jimmy looked
you see Zach
petrified.
Wilson? The Jets couldn't even score yesterday.
Okay.
They didn't put up a point against Denver.
When the game was in the balance, it's 17-0 and it's 4th down, and you trot the kid out
they
there,
had a lead.
that tells me everything I need to know.
They had a lead with 37 seconds left.
Yeah, and
they had a lead with 37 seconds left. That game is more so on Shanahan and the defense, not Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't know how you could watch that game and not walk away thinking, God dang it, Jimmy Garoppolo is mediocre.
You know how I walked away? I said, 37 seconds left, no timeouts, and Rodgers got you down to field goal range. It gets one of the best defensive lines in football.
Hey,
and now that title, best
true.
defensive lines in football, it's not true anymore.
I agree with you on that.
888-957-9570.
Scored, I think 7 points over, 20 points over a 9-period sample. Like at some point, the offense needs to move. They need to pop. They need to throw the ball down the field. They are not extending plays. They are not scaring defenses.
Some of that's on Shanahan too. The Real Mo, Robin, Dan, Sharif, Eric, Stown, Hold. Lines are jam-packed right now. 888-957-9570. It's a guest-free Monster Monday here in the Morning Roast of Joe Shasky and Bonte Hill, and we anticipated this show being a bit spicy, being a bit explosive. Niners lose their first game of the season. They got Seattle next week.
Oh, gosh.
Ain't time to lick your wounds, folks. Seattle's coming to town. And then you got to go to Arizona before the bye week. It's a tough 3-game stretch, folks. Buckle up. 888-957-9570, and that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Mimecast. Your phone calls, your texts. YouTube's popping. Twitch is popping. It's on and popping. No Huddle's coming up at 7:30. No Huddle's coming up. 20 seconds or less. Get in and get out. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email, compromise, and risk of ransomware. I'm fired up, baby.
I know you are. I think you're going to choke me out over here.
No. We're talking football, baby. It gets emotional. It gets passionate,
There's so many people to point at this morning.
It is. If we want to play the blame game, if you want to talk about the game, we're talking about it all day long. Giants sweep the Rockies. We're talking Niners here. Visit Mimecast.com. That's MIMECAST.com.
It's a Monster Monday. We react.
Look for Cheerios Oat Crunch Almond in your local grocery store.
I'm Serena Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm that voice from movies you watch on demand. DirecTV Stream brought us together to save the world.
Maybe not save the world, but DirecTV Stream does bring your live and on-demand favorites together.
Your favorites together.
I just said that.
She just said that.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on-demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at DirecTV.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device. Content varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Bay Area, concerts are back. Don't miss out. Head to LiveNation.com right now to purchase tickets to see Brad Paisley on October 1st at Shoreline Amphitheater.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
B, I drank all my Timeless coffee. I'm super fired up this morning. Merchant blend, I'm looking at it, and I got some Peru blend as well. You got to go check out the new spot over there on Webster. I'm going to tell you right now, it's unacceptable what this offense have done back-to-back weeks in the first half. I'm not saying that you got to go out there and light the world on fire, but you got to move the ball. You just got to move the ball, and you got to be able to put your quarterback and your offense in a position to succeed. You want to blame Shanahan? I'll listen to that. I'm not exonerating anyone today. You want to say that the offensive line wasn't good enough? I'll listen to that too. You want to say the quarterback's limited and the quarterback's not good enough? I'll listen to that too. You want to say the wide receivers dropped a couple balls? Because they did. They absolutely did.
Ayuk.
And the running game, guys are hurt. You're down to your third string running back. Like, there is a lot of negativity. The one positive that I feel really good about coming out of that game, boy, it was good to see Brandon Ayuk yesterday. Boy, he looked good. Him coming back on that touchdown pass, he sat down on 2 or 3 different routes. Like, this kid's scratching the surface. Seeing Debo run after that little screen, seeing George Kittle get the rock. Like, they've got weapons. That's the thing that's the most infuriating if you're a Niner fan. This offense is underperforming. They have weapons. I don't know what it is. I think it's a combination of all these things.
Tell you what
but you cannot have back-to-back weeks with first halves the way they did.
It's Kyle Shanahan not utilizing these weapons in the way they need to be utilized. It's not Kyle Shanahan moving Jimmy Garoppolo around the pocket. Where's the bootleg action yesterday? Where's the rollouts yesterday? Get him on the move. Where's the Shanahan staple with the play action pass on the stretch play and getting Jimmy Garoppolo on the perimeter? There's no creativity right now with this offense. 2 weeks in a row. Now, I get Philadelphia. I'll give you an alibi for that. That defensive line is real.
Okay.
You had to do what you had to do in Philadelphia to get that victory. All right, you move on. Green Bay's defensive line didn't register a sack in the first 2 weeks. Famous Jameis Winston had all the time in the world to throw against the Green Bay Packers. All right, that's week 1. Jared Goff, first 2.5 quarters of that football game looked really good against Green Bay. They moved the ball at will, Detroit. And then finally they didn't get a fourth down, and Aaron Rodgers did what Aaron Rodgers did. What he does. It's Kyle Shanahan and lack of creativity with this offense. You know what this offense looks like? It actually hit me last night. I used to go to a lot of Stanford Cardinal football games. And I go, boy, this offense is straight out of 1955. Run, play action pass, run, play action pass. That looked like a Stanford Cardinal offense yesterday.
Why is that? Just no, like, all of a sudden you're a great play caller.
3 yards
and then
in a
you
cloud
just
of
lose
dust. 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I don't know if he loses it. Maybe the rest of the league is caught up to Kyle Shanahan. Maybe he hasn't adjusted. Maybe the league is caught up to Kyle Shanahan.
That's an interesting point that I hadn't even considered. I got to process that over the next couple of weeks because, this is a gauntlet.
You know what? And I don't want anybody to call me today talking about Sean McVay. You see Sean McVay make the adjustment in L.A.? I was wrong on Matthew Stafford. They are throwing the football down the field, and they are bludgeoning teams.
I feel like I'm going to have to hold that L, too.
Yeah. Sean McVay looks like a better coach right now than Kyle Shanahan, and he's been a better coach than Kyle Shanahan. Let's go back to the line.
Yeah.
No huddle's coming up at 7:30. 7:30. You get in, you get out. 20 seconds or less on yesterday's game. But right now we got full lines here. So we're going to rat-a-tat these calls here because the show is about the callers today. It's guest free. It's a Monster Monday. It's the Roasters. It's the text line. It's Twitch brought to you by Xfinity. It's YouTube. And it's the crew. Langford, Curly, Shasky, and Bonte, but it's about you callers. Let's get out to the lines.
Beef.
Eric at Oakland. Start us off here. Eric at Oakland, what's going on?
Hey, I'm waking up with a hangover and I didn't even drink last night. It's really difficult this morning, let me tell you. But anyways, I'm going to blame Shanahan for this whole mess, and I'll tell you guys why. You know, we came out, we got punched in the mouth, man. We got absolutely punched in the mouth in that first half, you know, minus that touchdown by Trey. But the problem with the 49ers right now is Jimmy is not that quarterback to carry a team on his shoulders. Anything he does has to be play-action based, and that's how he's successful. When you lose your fastest running backs that you have in the zone blocking scheme that we have, that toss the ball to the left, toss the ball to the right, one cut fast, and you're gone, we can't run between the tackles. That's not who we are. And any defense knows you play the inside out. So you stop everything in the middle, and then you worry about everything on the outside. With a lack of adjustments by Kyle Shanahan yesterday, you know what? When Jimmy couldn't do it, I'm sorry, you got to put Trey Lance in. I'm not trying to kill the kid, but you have to have an outside threat. All I could think about was RPOs when it's not working, Kaepernick, run. Do whatever you got to do to win the game yesterday. I put everything on Kyle Shanahan yesterday. It was his worst game. Forget the Super Bowl. Forget anything you guys have ever seen yesterday. We should not have gotten punched in the mouth like we did yesterday in our home opener at home. There's no way that should ever happen in Santa Clara, where the 49ers were supposed to be better than that. That's all I got to say.
Good call, Eric.
Shanahan, you better be listening to this.
Good call, Eric. He's fired up here.
Can I respond to that?
Real quick. Yeah,
I think he makes an interesting point on the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. Everybody kept saying, Williams, we got two quarterbacks. You know, Jimmy's just going to be the guy. He's going to play. You sit the kid no matter what. And I get that thought process. I also understand the thought process of saying if you start a rookie day one and you get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo, you got no blanket, you got no veteran in there, you have no, the kid who has very raw is going to go out there, he's going to make a lot of mistakes, and you're seeing that with some of these other guys around the league, the rookies. They didn't look good yesterday. Here's the hard part that I think that I underestimated. Like, at some point, it just feels like this whole Jimmy Garoppolo, we're going to hide all of Jimmy's flaws and everything. They're all going to come to roost at some point. And now it's like we're stuck in this, I don't know, when do you play him? Do you play him now? Do you got to play him now?
Shasky, the soft landing spot was Detroit and Philly.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, I feel like they're pressured into playing Jimmy until
Who's pressured into him?
Just by keeping him on the roster, you almost feel an obligation as an organization, as a coaching staff, to start with the veteran and play him until there's 2, 3, 4 games where it's not good. And now I feel like, to me, right, this is a critical stretch in the season. If they lose the next 2 after this one, feels like the season's over. Now, that's not being an alarmist. I think that's just doing the math.
That's 5 games in. There's a 17-game season. Season would not be over.
But Bonte, you'd be the third best team in your own division.
Okay, that's fine.
At best.
But it's ridiculous to say the season's over after 5 games. That's ridiculous to say. That's ridiculous to say.
I don't think it is.
Then why should we go to Levi Stadium?
What I'm saying is,
why should we even do the shows anymore?
This is an inflection point for the organization.
I disagree
they have to
with
make
that.
a decision on this thing.
I disagree.
And I just feel like their insistence on playing Jimmy from the get-go has limited them.
You should have cut him in the offseason if you weren't going to do it. So I disagree with that.
It would have been nice to have that $25 million to be able to spend on this secondary.
Robin in the city, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, you guys. You two, I love you both, but I don't play nothing annoys me more than the blame game. And I think it has something to do with how I was raised, because I was the oldest, and I always got in trouble because of the youngest. And I used to say, well, she did that. And my daddy said, damn, what she did. I'm talking about what you did. Yeah. Okay. And you're the oldest. So I don't get into the blame game.
I don't like to do that either, Robin. But if we're going to play that game, Robin, if we're going to play that game, I'm pointing at the head coach.
Yeah. So I think there was enough to go around yesterday, Bonte, for everybody. So let me just point out a few things. I know a lot about football, but I don't know as much as other people like you two. But let me just point. So I'm learning too. So I'm going to point out a few things. I want to point out that in the second half, the Niners did make 64% of their first down. If you look at Aaron Rodgers, he came through when he had to. But in the second half, he really didn't play that great. great. Trey Lance is just not ready. I'm with you, Bonte. I think you can back the bus up, Shasky, because you sound like, 2 weeks ago you were praising this guy. Now, and I understand you're emotional and that it's a week-to-week thing, but you cannot put Trey Lance out there. You cannot sacrifice the whole team for a development of one player. This is the same thing I heard with Wiseman. The last thing I want to say, Jimmy did make some throws when he had to, okay? Now, here's what I don't get. The offensive line had several busted coverages. Yeah. Nobody is talking about that. And let's talk about the intentional trips. They intentionally tripped Jimmy twice. And he came off the field limping. So you're at the game, so I don't know if you saw that, Shasky. Yeah. But they intentionally
Robin, you know what I saw? I saw Jimmy Garoppolo airmail passes over the middle and get Deebo Samuel almost put in the IR. I watched him underthrow George Kittle 3 different times. I watched him leave Ayuk out to dry. I watched him overthrow in front of Mohamed Sanu. Layup throws. Stop caping up for Jimmy Garoppolo. His time is limited. He's on his way out the door. I'm sick of hearing about Jimmy.
Yeah, you know what?
We're done with him.
No, you could be done with Jimmy Garoppolo. When are you going to stop caping for Kyle Shanahan?
Look.
When are you going to stop caping for the head coach?
Because he's finally got his quarterback. I'm going to give him an opportunity.
Oh, yeah, you're going to give him an opportunity.
I am.
It's year number 5.
I have to.
I've seen coaches fired after 2 years for not having an opportunity. Anthony Lynn finally gets his quarterback. You know what? See ya. Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah. You're gone. I'm tired of caping
Kyle
the
Shanahan's better than Anthony Lynn.
All right, whatever. Yeah, he's got one winning season.
He does. No, those are the facts.
He's at the same winning seasons
He's 33 and 36. He's 33 and 36.
And you know what? He hasn't won without Jimmy Garoppolo yet.
But that's the part where I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated watching the same offense for 15 years outside of the 1.5 Kaepernick years where they actually were dynamic and explosive. Everything is in a box. We work in a phone booth 24/7.
All I know is the Niners are up 28-27. With 37 seconds left.
Because they threw like 7 consecutive flags to give them 75 yards for them to even get down in position to score. They had no business being in that game.
They were leading with 37 seconds left in the game.
Well,
the head coach has to tell the D coordinator, get out of this prevent. Do not leave Diamador Lenore on the island with Devontae Adams.
That I agree with.
That's on the head coach. Clock management.
I'm blaming everyone. But it also starts with the most important position in sports, the quarterback.
How about you get creative with the offense?
You can't. When you have to do smoke and mirrors on every play to complete a 3-yard pass.
Then it's on Kyle Shanahan to make the decision to pull the plug. But Shanahan has told everybody, Jimmy's been our starter. He gives us the best chance to win. That's your head coach, Kyle Shanahan, saying those things.
Hey, look, I don't agree with that.
Is he lying? Because he's telling everybody Jimmy Garoppolo's the guy who gives us the best chance to win. Jimmy's our quarterback. Jimmy's our guy.
Do you believe
Jimmy
that?
this. I've been told you I don't believe it.
Okay.
Shanahan he's flirting with everybody. But you guys believe in Shanahan.
I think both can be true.
Everybody's scared to give Shanahan some criticism around here and crowd him. Where's Mo in West Oakland at, who's been telling us for days? You guys keep crowding Shanahan, and I agree with Mo. Stop it. Real Mo. The real Mo actually in the creek. The real Mo, what's up? All right, we'll go to the huddle after the real Mo. The real Mo, he's a Packer fan. He wants to get out of here.
Guys, well, the huddle is going to be crazy because all over the Bay, physicians are going to be writing blood pressure prescriptions today. And I see an open wound, and I got nothing but a bucket of salt for you guys. You let 3 rookie offensive linemen and a left tackle that's never taken a snap come in and bully y'all in your house on your home opener. I'm telling you, play the kid right now because your season's done. Start planning on 2023.
Season's done already in week 3. Bye-bye, Real Mo. That's what we're going to do today. It's 7:30. We're going till 10 a.m. That's what we're going to do. The season's over after week 3. We're really going there today, Niner fans, Packer fans. We're doing this today on the roast. We're going to say the season's over after week 3. Really? No huddle. Let's go.
We're running a no huddle. Line up your calls, and you have only 20 seconds. Go.
No huddle. 20 seconds or less. Season's over after week 3. Thank God I didn't play on the football team with you guys. Thank God we were never on the same team. Season's over after week 3. How dare you guys? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Caller number 1, let's go. No huddle. 20 seconds or less. What you got?
Man, nothing like a losing Monday, but I'll tell you what. I told you guys before the season this was the most critical season for Shanahan Lynch, and you guys would not listen to me. We're in the same spot at year 5 with Shanahan as we were with Jim Harbaugh.
Boom.
That's it. I'm going to leave it at that.
All right. Caller number 2, no huddle. Let's go. You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, it's funny. You Weiner fans around there bitching and whining. Go look on some wine and cheese. The Raiders are 3-0. The Raiders is gone. The Raiders are 3-0, and y'all won't say a damn thing about the Raiders. Keep on whining about them sorry-ass whiners.
I respect the heat. There's a lot of whining going on.
Yeah.
And shout out to the Raiders, 3-0, playing some good football. They got a quarterback who stretches the field. I do give them that.
Good for Nevada.
Caller number 3. What's up? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. It's heated today. I love it. It's the type of party I like.
At the game yesterday, and I'll just say the energy was amazing.
It was.
A heartbreaker at the end. So, honestly, our strength against the Packers in previous games was not there. The front seven couldn't get to the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We had no run game. The cute play calling in the beginning was ridiculous. They had an empty backfield. Deebo Samuel lined up back there, running back.
That's it. Delay a game, baby. Caller number 4, no huddle. By the way, this segment is presented by the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game to get breaking news updates as well as links to the top interviews and best moments on the game. Powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. No huddle. Niners lose 30-28 on the last second field goal by Mason Crosby. 51 yards to get the Packers a win at Levi's Stadium, spoiling the home opener for the 49ers. Caller number 5, no huddle. What's up, baby?
Niners need to be on the phone with every team in the league trying to get a trade for a cornerback. Yesterday looked bad. Every time Jimmy Garoppolo threw a completed pass, it was into double, triple coverage. Deebo Samuel and George Kittle really saved Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday. If you look at the stat lines between Jimmy and Aaron Rodgers,
wow.
He was going to say they were similar, but the game felt so different.
It was
watching
different.
it. That's why you got to watch the games.
Yeah, it was bad. Jimmy Garoppolo did not have a good football game.
That was Rodgers' best game against the Niners in years.
It was his first win against the Niners against a winning team. He was 0-6.
So good
against the 49ers team with a winning record. Gets his first win, and that's the first loss for Jimmy Garoppolo on Sunday Night Football. How about that?
Well, that throw he made into the end zone. Everyone's going to look at the Devontae throws. Those were great. The one he made over the cornerback,
Deommodore Lenoir.
That was one of the best throws I've ever seen in person. Every other quarterback in the league outside of 2, that's a pick, and he just floated it perfectly.
I got to say, man, the rivalry with the Niners and Niner fans, the Raiders and Niner fans is alive now.
Yeah,
it's alive now. Raider fans are chirping. Talk that talk, Raider fans. Talk that
Good
talk.
for them.
Caller number 6 or 7. I don't know what caller this is, but no huddle. 20 seconds or less. You're on the roast. All right, number 4, caller 4. Let's go.
Hello, Frank in Fort Worth. I think it started with the offensive line. Jimmy Garoppolo looks scared for the first time I've ever seen him, and Kyle Shanahan needs to step his game up.
I agree. Good call. Garoppolo was not good yesterday. The offensive line was not good. But Shanahan wasn't good either.
Of course.
He can get this heat too. Stop protecting Shanahan. Because what happens if Trey Lance does struggle with Kyle Shanahan?
No, he's going to struggle. That's what young players do.
All right.
They do struggle. Can he give me enough pop plays to offset some of the struggles?
Well, you know what? How long are we going to give Shanahan a pass? That's what I want to know. I see black coaches get fired all the time within 2 years. They don't even get time. There's coaches get fired left and right. Doug Peterson got ran out of Philadelphia after going to the Super Bowl and 2 straight playoff appearances and got ran out of town and fired by the organization. How long is it going to be cool for Kyle Shanahan to be mediocre?
Well, I think this is
year 5.
Yeah, but he finally got his quarterback. He made this team from scratch. Let's be honest, from scratch. They were an expansion franchise. They had 4 coaches in 4 years.
All right.
They needed stability.
Okay.
They brought in stability. They built up a pretty damn good roster. All right. When the quarterback was healthy, the guy that he didn't bring in, they won games. Now, his record overall is not a winning quarterback. Not a winning coach. But Bonte, he is a good coach. Is he great? I don't know. Time will tell. It's the Trey Lance thing. At some point, they have to flip the Trey Lance card over. If Trey's good, he'll be good, and he'll stay here. If Trey's not good, he's gone. It's that simple.
Year 5.
You're right.
And you're leading the charge of talking about the seasons. It feels lost. And it's week 3. And he's in year 5.
Because I'm looking at the schedule and I'm saying to myself, they could be 2 and 3 after.
You have George Kittle, one of the best tight ends in football. Deebo Samuel has been one of the best wide receivers in football.
He identified these guys.
Brennan Ayuk is a young star who needs to get the ball in his hands. You have a very good defensive line. I don't want to hear any excuses if this team misses the playoffs. I don't want to hear any excuses from anybody about Kyle Shanahan. I'm sick of it. Continue with No Huddle. Let's go to caller number 1 here. No Huddle. A lot of lines are lit right now. What's up? You're on the roast.
So the Niners defense is exposed. The Niners had good offense so much, but their defense is exposed. Secondary is really bad. They got to get it together. If they don't, they ain't going to the championship. Defense wins championships. I'm out.
Yeah.
All right. Caller number 2. Let's go. No Huddle. You're on the roast.
Good for you.
What's up, baby? What else you got? That's it? All right. Caller number 3. Let's go.
Hey, what's going on? This is Kevin. I'm in Oklahoma City.
What's up, Kevin?
You know the D'Amico Ryans, man. Let's switch up the schemes a little bit. You got a rookie defensive coordinator. He's taken a B-plus defense and made it into a D defense. Predictable coverages. Those young guys need to, and they didn't even lay down on the ball on the last.
On the secondary, I think it's part personnel and their philosophy as an organization, and I just disagree with it. They have basically kept Jimmy Ward and Tart, and everybody liked those deals. I did as well, but they've got to invest, and they don't have any high picks. They got to invest money in free agency and high picks over the next couple of years to revamp that entire secondary. Like, we could talk D-line till we're blue in the face. You got to get somebody who can stay in front of somebody.
Yeah, I agree.
At DB. Like, you got to get a DB.
Well, DBs are dropping like flies.
No doubt.
That's
but, like,
the
look
problem.
At the division.
K1 got hurt.
Metcalf. Like, Devontae is a great player. DK is staring them in the face this week.
Well, C.J. Henderson traded to Carolina, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. C.J. Henderson, first-round pick out of Florida from a couple of years ago, going to Carolina.
Yes.
Where he gets a new leash on NFL life. C.J. Henderson going to Carolina. Caller number 5, No Huddle. What's happening?
Yeah, this is Rocky from Vallejo.
What's up?
I just wanted to say, how you doing? Yeah, I've seen the stats. Aaron Rodgers is releasing the ball like 2.5 seconds, the fastest he's ever thrown the ball. So, the D-line, in terms of pressure, you can't really blame them because he's releasing the ball so fast. There was no adjustments. I agree with the other previous callers.
Caller number 1. We got 2 more calls for No Huddles.
Rodgers was pre-snap.
Hello. I don't know if you. I don't know if you give Shanahan a pass. Your boy said it's an expansion team. Come on, the Niners aren't an expansion team. And I give Garoppolo a break. How is he going to be good if his offensive line can't keep the defense out of his backfield?
Aaron Rodgers had 3 rookies starting last night on his offensive line. We've got to play this on both sides of it. And I said that the team was an expansion roster when Shanahan took over, and he's built it up into what it is now. You have to be able to paint the entire picture on Shanahan. Yes, the record's been awful. He started with nothing.
Caller number 4 in No Huddle. Been a good one so far, and it's strong. No Huddle.
Real simple. It's real simple. You're starting a 4-string running back. Green Bay controlled the line of scrimmage. Garoppolo made a few mistakes, but he stayed in the pocket. No rolling out. He was really stiff back there. At the end of the day, there's no strong running. Defense got it done. Garoppolo took the lead. This is where the blame lies. You don't give Aaron Rodgers 37 seconds.
You don't give him 37 seconds. Terrible clock management. Who's that on?
Since we're going Kanye West,
blame game.
Yeah.
Who's it on?
I think it's on both of them. When you have a guy who's played in the league for 8 years, you assume that he has some level of autonomy on, hey, let's go, get up to the line, blah, 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 blah. And okay, now we're here. Let's slow it down, all right? I've got 12, 13 seconds left on that play clock. We're at the 12. I've got all 3 timeouts in my back pocket. I also think it's on Shanahan as well. Like, I don't know what they're going through, thinking going into that particular sequence, because they had stopped the play on an incomplete pass earlier, so he's in his headset, right? He's in his headset. They've got to be thinking about how they're going to manage the clock down the stretch. For my money, I kept saying the entire time, this has to be the final possession. You cannot give them any time. Even if there was 5 seconds, I had no faith that the Niners were not going to get a pass interference on Davante Adams. That's the way the day was going for them. So you could not give the ball back to Aaron Rodgers there at the end. Do I fault Juszczyk for scoring a touchdown? Absolutely not. You get the ball, you're trying to make a play. Very few guys have the wherewithal like a Brian Westbrook to go down, and that was an ice-out situation. You still needed 6 to tie the game.
Yeah, that was not good. That was not good clock management. Aaron Rodgers should not have touched the football again. There's no timeouts on the Packers side. 37, but still, 37 seconds. 37 seconds.
It's a lot of time.
It is a lot of time in today's game. Langford, it's a lot of time.
There was a moment last year between the Falcons and the Lions where they were mic'd up, the Falcons were, and with just over a minute left,
that's right, I remember that game.
They told Todd Gurley specifically, hey, do not score, get inside the one if you get the first down. Now, they were in a different situation, and, I can't fault Juszczyk for scoring completely, but you had to think, like, there needs to be that sort of conversation in the huddle before you're going for that play.
I agree. I totally agree with that. Let's get back out to the lines here.
Good point.
Where do we go here? Let's go to Lamar in San Francisco. Lamar, what's happening? We'll get to Ethan in Virginia on the other side, or coming up next here. Lamar, what's happening?
Yo. So what's happening, man? So we getting to the point with Shanahan. Is he a head coach or a glorified offensive coordinator? He's had a lot of talent. You give us any other coach, how we doing? Good morning, fellas.
I don't know.
I don't know, Lamar. I don't know. What do you think, Lamar? What do you think? Is he a better OC or is he a better head coach?
He's off.
He's off.
All I kept seeing was 5 and 6 guys at the line yesterday. 5 and 6 guys at the line for Green Bay. They had bunched the entire field to the middle of the field. They were like, we dare Jimmy Garoppolo to beat us on the edges. We dare him to beat us over the top. Now, you want to say that's because of Shanahan, or I don't know. I don't know how many coaches, like, is Sean Payton turning Jimmy Garoppolo into an all-pro? I don't know. I don't think so. I think Kyle Shanahan's a really good coach.
Right.
I think they're very, very limited in what they can do with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think they've run so many different things that at this point, in terms of the window dressing pre-snap, teams just aren't buying it.
They're not buying it.
They're waiting on the jet sweeps. They're waiting on some of these throwbacks.
It's the same playbook from 2019. Don't you got to adjust at some point? I think there's a question. Ray Rattle posed this question on DRK last week, and he said he didn't have the answer to it. Because we don't have the answers to it. But is the NFL figuring out Kyle Shanahan? Is that what's happening here?
I feel like they figured out. No, I think right now, I don't know about Shanahan. To be determined. I feel like they figured out Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo is, hey, you're going to throw slants and over the middle, and you're going to throw a lot of stuff underneath, and we're going to dare you to throw over the top. That part they've figured out. And we're going to give you tons of pressure because you can't play from the pocket.
Wonder, has the league caught up to Garoppolo?
What do you think?
I think the league, what you said about Garoppolo, they know what Garoppolo's going to do. I get all that. It has to be schemed up. He needs the running game.
Yeah,
the running game
100%.
is affecting this offense.
100%.
If you can't run the football, Shanahan wants to run the ball 30 times a game. He wants to run the ball 30 times a game. Look at yesterday, they ran the ball 21 times. And we got records for that. I got to figure it out in my notes, but I got it somewhere around here. They don't win games when they don't run the ball at least 30 times a game. All right? Shanahan, they ran the ball 21 times.
Yeah,
but I do wonder. Well, adjust. Roll them out. Do something.
When you don't trust your quarterback to throw deep.
Well, if you don't trust your quarterback to get him out the game,
that's
on Shanahan. And that's on Shanahan again. That's on Shanahan. Let's go to Dean. Let's go to Ethan real quick in Virginia. We'll get to everybody else here on the other side. Ethan, what's happening? You're on the game.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
I just don't understand how you do not account for Davante Adams more on those last
2 plays. That bothers me, and that's all I got.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling to me that you would allow a player as good as him to just be alone all game. B, did they double him at any point? All I saw was either they tried to press him and then drop into zone. They tried to run a little bit of man with him, but it felt one-on-one all game. Tart was nowhere to be found. Ward was well, actually, the deep ball, I'm wrong. On the deep ball where Ward actually hit Devontae, it looked like there were 3 49ers, I believe, guarding him on that
individual. He was open
individual.
initially.
Yes.
That was actually one of Rodgers' poor throws yesterday. Because off the line, I said, oh, he's going deep to Devontae. He had a step. He had a couple steps on the corner.
And B, I think the part that I get blown away with, whether it's Herbert right now with Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, whether it's obviously Mahomes with Tyreek, Aaron Rodgers with Devontae, their ability to pre-snap recognize, oh, I'm going to you, and I'm giving you the back shoulder throw that only you can make a play on.
And you know
These guys are just next level, and Jimmy's not there.
And Jimmy's not there, and that is the disappointing part about Jimmy Garoppolo or this offense. And I don't know who it's on. If it's predetermined looks, if it's, hey, you have to throw it to this guy, because there is no pre-snap reads. Opposite of Jair Alexander, I am picking on that corner.
Yes.
George Kittle, 9 targets in that football game.
Hey.
He's your most explosive playmaker. Outside of, like, Debo, you could say, but Debo gets 10 targets.
Yeah.
Kittle only gets 9. Ayuk here with 6 targets. If you're going to throw the ball 40 times, you got to be creative with this one. You got to be creative with it. And look, Jimmy is not that guy. Jimmy is not that guy. What I watched yesterday was gross. And I tweeted this out. It felt like I was Brad Pitt in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It felt like an acid trip, and I've never done acid.
Yeah.
It felt like an acid trip watching Jimmy Garoppolo play quarterback. I'm not excusing it, folks. The pocket presence was not there. Holding on to the football was not there. All that stuff was not there.
What was the movie you referenced?
Wasn't it Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
You had the movie right.
Okay.
It was the actor.
No, not Brad Pitt. Johnny Depp.
There
Excuse
we
me,
go.
Johnny Depp.
All right, as long as you tweeted out the Johnny Depp.
I tweeted out Johnny Depp.
Bovey in
it was Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp. It was Johnny Depp. No doubt. My bad. Not Brad Pitt. Johnny Depp.
Didn't it look like Aaron Rodgers was just in complete control? Even though they only threw up 30 points yesterday. It just felt like he was in complete control the entire game yesterday. And some of those throws that he made where he's like, oh, I'm going to throw to Scantling over the top, and I'm going to throw it way out in front of him and let him run underneath. His arm is incredible.
You know what? You may be right. 925 saying the Niners are overrated. And Shasky, you saying they're not a Super Bowl team.
They are overrated.
Then you know what? Then what are we doing here? If this isn't a Super Bowl team, because leading up to the season, Shanahan and company, hey, we believe we have the talent to really compete. We have the talent. Michael Irvin, the playmaker on DRK after week 1. This team can play with Tampa Bay. Not what I watched yesterday.
Well, don't you think that they have flaws that are almost uncorrectable throughout the season? Like, they're not going to get instantly better at corner, right?
Nope.
Okay. They're not going to all of a sudden have this explosive passing game. I mean, maybe Trey steps in there and they get it. I doubt that. But they're not going to have some explosive downfield passing game in an era where everyone is. Are they going to be able to run the ball consistently week to week?
You know what's been overrated?
Those like 3 flaws.
You know what's been overrated is the pass rush.
Yes.
The run defense
by
and the pass
included.
rush. Oh, I thought the defensive line was going to be the strength of this team. For 2 weeks in a row, they've been subpar. Defensive line has not stepped up to the plate at all. Let's go to D in San Francisco. D, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, oh gosh, you guys have a great show. Just real quick, the eye test on Jimmy G. He's getting his receivers killed.
Thank you.
His throws are all over the place. He doesn't throw anybody open. He panics in the pocket, and he just heaves it and hopes. And his receivers are great, but they save his butt every time.
Debo made
eye test, guys.
Yeah,
eye test.
Debo made 3 or 4. I'm getting crushed with 3 or 4 guys on me. Just unreal catches. And then on the one on the sideline, I actually thought Jimmy threw a dime on the sideline, the one that hit him in between the numbers.
Yep.
And I thought that was the PI. It looked like, because there was so much hand fighting. But again, I thought the flags in both directions were really, really, really bad.
Look, Jimmy was not good. Dude, there was one drive when Shanahan did not go for it. At 4th and 1 at the 50, he punts it. Green Bay goes down the field, goes up 17-0. I thought it was a bad decision by Kyle Shanahan. But on that drive alone, I looked over to my right in the press box, and, man, it was people like, hey, Jimmy Garoppolo's going to have the ambulance out here.
Right?
Ayuk, Debo, Kittle. It was like car wrecks.
Kittle almost
happening.
got his back blown out.
It was
I felt
accidents
so bad
happening.
for him.
Jimmy just said, man.
He made a couple of sick plays. That's the other thing is I'm watching, and I'm basically seeing George Kittle get the ball in space, and I'm like, you can't throw it to him enough. All these people that want to see him block, like, I hear you. Blocking's great. Oh, it's great. Oh, George Kittle blocking. You know what's better? George Kittle in open space, stiff-arming dudes, breaking tackles. Bonte, they got to unleash Kittle every single week. He's one of the best players on the team. We got to see the guy get the ball.
He's got to get 10, 15 targets a game. 10, 15 targets a game.
That third down play saved the game, at least for the time.
Yeah.
That was that was one of those,
Kittle.
I'm an all-pro. I'm going to step up and make a play over the middle, and I'll give Jimmy. That was a great throw by Jimmy. He threw it out in front and let his guy make a play.
All right, football's finally back. We all know that. It's week 3. Your picks could be worth $10,000 with the Rocket Mortgage 2021 Pro Football Pick'em. Sign up today by texting picks to 20357 and just pick the winner of each week's games. No point spreads, no lineups, and it is totally free to enter. Currently, I have no idea what I picked yesterday. No idea. I bet you I lost a lot of games, though. The Niners game, the Seahawks game. What other games? Man, I probably lost a lot of games yesterday. I don't even know what I picked.
Bucks, Rams? What'd you pick there?
I took Rams.
Oh, nice.
I did take the Rams. The Antonio Brown injury solidified it for me. I like the Rams and the home dog. I actually like that game a lot. I didn't want to tell anything to our Tom Brady lover, Joe Shasky.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't pick against Brady.
No, I don't.
But
that one was a little surprising. I was jarred.
Yeah, pick the most games right throughout the season. You could win $10,000. Phone lines are jam-packed. Jonathan, Mill, James, Dustin, Larry. Get to you on the other side. It is a guest-free Monday here on a Monster Monday on the Morning Roast. It's you, the callers. It's you, the roasters. It's Twitch, brought to you by Xfinity. It is humming. YouTube, jam-packed right now. Text line, buzzing right now. Niners lose their home opener and suffer their first loss of the season at the hands of the Green Bay Packers 30-28. We're going to talk about it, and we'll talk about it all show long here on 95.7 The Game.
It was a brutal loss for the Niners.
The 49ers couldn't take enough time off the clock.
24 hours, touch after touch. When used as directed, Microban 24. Touch after touch. It doesn't give up.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco. On Odyssey Station. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Crosby to try to win it. And the kick is good to win the game. The 49ers couldn't take enough time off the clock at the end. All Aaron needed was 37 seconds.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways listening to the roast, whether it's on the old terrestrial radio, the Odyssey app. Good morning to all the roasters out there on YouTube. Twitch, brought to you by Xfinity. It is humming right now. To all the roasters on the text line and all the callers, this is a guest-free Monday, a monster Monday here at 95.7 The Game as we recap the 49ers loss to the Green Bay Packers. Al Michaels on the call for NBC. Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams. Boy, they was special. They was special. And the Packers still won at Levi, spoiling the home opener of the 49ers. They lose their first game of the season. Yes, we know the Giants swept the Rockies. We know the Giants are up 2 games on the Dodgers with 6 to play in the NL West. We know the A's swept the Astros. We know the Raiders are 3-0. We know all that stuff. But we're talking Niner football here because situation is critical down there in Santa Clara. How are you feeling about Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo? How are you feeling about this defense? All the injuries. 888-957-9570. We're going to hear from Shanahan. We're going to hear from Jimmy Garoppolo. We're going to hear from Dante Whitner on NBC Sports Bay Area, Shasky. Good morning again. And how you feeling here in the 8 o'clock hour?
I feel very resignated to the fact that the 49ers are an average to slightly above average team this morning. Look, B, They have a very nice high-end personnel. You look at someone like Warner and Kittle and Bosa, and I love Debo. I think they've got some really nice high-end pieces. Trent Williams I'd throw in there. And then they got a lot of mediocre. But I'm looking at specific units that, to me, are going to be their fatal flaw. Running back right now. You're down to your third running back. Look, Sermon, it feels like there was a reason he's not out there. Man, he just looked very tentative early on. I thought he got better as the game went on, but you got no juice in the run game. Offensive line, I think, also played into that. And then I look at what they're doing in the secondary. They just don't make plays. There's no plays to be made. They don't pick balls off. They don't defend balls up in the air. I like Diamondor Lenore. He got baptized big time yesterday by somebody named Devontae Adams, who was one of the best receivers in the game. And I thought Aaron Rodgers and Matt LaFleur's game plan of spread it out. We're going to get as many of their crappy DBs out on the field as possible. We're going to make them tackle in space, and we're going to make them defend down the field. That's the blueprint for the rest of the NFC West. You don't think Russ is going to do that? You don't think Arizona's going to do that? You don't think the Rams are going to do that? So I'm sitting here this morning, B, and I know they're 2-1, Joe. Oh, they're 2-1. How could you be so crazy? Because this team is not as good as we thought it was. Some injuries have happened that are very, very difficult to recover from, and their offense is very pedestrian. You factor all that up, and you look like a team that's middle of the pack in the NFC that seems very top-heavy.
Let's hear from Jimmy Garoppolo before we get out to the lines. Jimmy Garoppolo, on whether or not this game will benefit the 49ers long-term.
You know, I think we were talking in the locker room, some of the guys, it's a good character builder, this one. I think just we got to take a long look in the mirror as an offense and just what we could do better, how we could start faster. There was one mistake here, one mistake there by guys, and starting with myself, and if we eliminate just half of those, it'll lead to better football early, and we don't have to play from behind the 8 ball like we were tonight.
Jimmy Garoppolo, very mixed day. 25 of 40, 257 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. And he had a few Jimmy O-No throws. Jimmy Garoppolo was not good yesterday, folks. He was not good. He was not good to the point where Dante Whitner, the hitman, said this on NBC Sports Bay Area during their postgame show.
There's limitations on this offense. There's been limitations. There's a reason why they went out and picked him number 3. And you see all these dink and dunk passes. Jimmy is averaging about 5 yards a pass. Now, put Trey Lance in the game, see what he can do. If he doesn't go back to Jimmy Garoppolo, but right now with no running game, without being able to push the ball downfield, it's going to be difficult for these guys. And then that puts a lot of stress on your defense as well. Because in that first half, the defense was on the field. They were getting tired. They gave up a lot of points, 17 points in the first half. So Lance will make them dance.
So, B, I think the template for Jimmy Garoppolo winning games has been, we're going to have a strong running game. We're going to play great defense. We're going to pick and choose our spots on how to attack downfield. They're not doing any 3 of those things, right? That's to maximize Jimmy at his best. They're not doing any of those things. And he doesn't protect the ball. That's the big difference between him and Alex. Alex was a game manager. Alex, God bless him, wouldn't turn the ball over. He also wouldn't throw the ball down the field, but he wouldn't turn it over. Like, if Lance is going to have turnovers, which we all assume he will, he's going to have some lows. The upside right now, to me, it's a no-brainer. Now, look, is he ready? No, he's probably not. But you know what my uncle used to tell me? You're never married. You're never ready to get married. You're never ready to buy a home. You're never ready to have children until you actually do. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to go out there and you have to learn by doing. Now, I hear this argument about psyche and whatnot. Look, man, the kid can make plays outside the pocket. He's going to make mistakes. I'm just saying it's not a matter of if. It's a matter of how much longer. That's what we're waiting on. I wanted to see Trey get more run in the second half. I'm not even saying yank Jimmy Garoppolo, but you give me a couple of pop plays. Give me something. Let the kid throw. It's 4th and 1 from the 50. You're down 10, and you're going to punt the ball away. You're an offensive genius. I'm going to punch teams in the mouth. We're creative. We can do all these things, and you cower up. You cower up at that moment. I was so disappointed in Kyle Shanahan.
Look, and that's where the disappointment lies with me. It's not with Jimmy, because I know what Jimmy is. But 5-1-0, I'm kind of with the 5-1-0 here. I'm not a fan of Jimmy, but damn. You want Trey to play behind that offensive line? That offensive line, especially the right side, it's not that good. It's not that good.
Yeah, but so we don't play him this year. Is it going to get infinitely better next year?
Maybe, because he'll get all the reps in OTAs, get all the reps in training camp. We'll be able to process the game mentally.
So not playing football for 2 full years, essentially. I just don't think I like that. I want the kid to play. You learn by playing. You got to cut your teeth.
Hey, Shasky, you just said the season's over, so we may see him sooner rather than later.
I'm not saying the season's over. I'm saying that now, the template for them to win games is not there.
From the sounds of a lot of callers, December will be filled with nothing but meaningless football. So you probably see Trey Lance in December.
Look, if you can't make adjustments to double and triple Devontae Adams in a game like last night, then I don't know what else to tell you. What do you think DK's going to do to them? What do you think some of these other wide receivers in the league are going to do? Kyler Murray is going to have a field day against this defense.
Here you go. Bill in San Francisco. What's up, Bill? You're on the roast.
Oh, what a difference a week makes. I tried to tell y'all, them boys was fraudulent. You try to beat your chest about Jimmy throwing for 300 yards versus the sorry Detroit Lions, but you're looking real funny in the light. Like I said before, 49ers aren't going to go anywhere until they make that change at quarterback. His mama named him James. I'm going to call him James G from now on.
Wow.
And, it's Trey Day, man. It's Trey Day here in the Bay, Bonte. Come on, man. You saw it yesterday. We could put blame on Shanahan, but he still was able to, try and get James all those smoke and mirror plays coming out the half, try and make it a game, and try and make him somewhat capable of being able to get the win. But at the end of the day, man, it all starts with him and it ends with him. And until then, it's not looking good, fellas.
Hey, Bill, I've said on these airways over and over, I've said it incessantly. Trey Lance is the best quarterback in Santa Clara. He's the best quarterback. Just talent-wise, he's the best quarterback in Santa Clara.
So if you say that, then what? I don't get the hesitation on playing the kid and giving him some burns.
Shanahan told everybody Jimmy gives him the best chance to win. So, right?
Well, it's due process. You're playing the guy that that you feel that has earned the opportunity to get his chance. And at this point, we're now seeing multiple weeks in a row. You come out, you're not stagnant, B. You're non-existent on offense.
Is that on Shanahan or is that Jimmy?
It's both.
Because the play calling has been suspect.
Agreed.
The last 2 weeks. It's been very, very suspect. Is that on Shanahan or is that on Jimmy?
I think it's on both.
James and PA.
When you lose, nobody is exempt from getting criticized.
We're basically
DeMeco Ryans was
awful yesterday.
Yeah, the offensive line for the Niners.
Matt LaFleur outcoached Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
All right.
LaFleur was awesome yesterday.
DeMeco Ryans was schooled yesterday.
Agreed.
So,
And they got out physical. Clark was hitting yesterday. Preston Smith was hitting yesterday. That defensive line, they had 5 and 6 guys on the line because they do not fear Jimmy throwing deep at all. It was Alex Smith 2.0 plus turnovers. It was bad. And that play by Jimmy to be that backwards throw pass, I don't even know what the heck that was. That was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing. Yet, you had a lead with 37 seconds left.
You're right.
And the Packers had the ball with no timeouts.
I can't deny it.
Defense wins championships, huh? Well, not this defense. This defense wasn't good when they needed to be good.
So let me ask you this question then. If we operate saying this is not a Super Bowl team, is this about then developing what you have
I think you got
to accelerate the process?
You got to, like, as you like to say, you got to squeeze a lemon. You got to squeeze a lemon.
Okay.
What you start developing in week 4 of the NFL.
Well,
what does that tell
you're
this fan
hoping
base?
for pop plays.
This fan base spent top dollar for these tickets at Levi's Stadium.
They want to see Trey
fired.
play. People want to see him play.
Do you want to win?
People were screaming.
Do you want to win?
People were screaming in the stands yesterday. Jimmy needs to come out of this game.
Is it about being entertained and seeing Trey, or is it about winning?
No, it's about literally playing the guy with the highest upside.
All right, so it's not about winning. It's about just saying, you know what, week 4, throw away the season, folks. Let's develop.
I don't operate thinking that Trey Lance is an automatic L because right now Jimmy Garoppolo's not an automatic W.
Under Shanahan, he has. For the most part.
I don't know.
All right. James at PA. James Allen Paul also, you're on a roast. What's happening?
Hi there. You know, I thought both coaches were boneheads yesterday. I thought Matt LaFleur passing up on the field goal was just terrible, a terrible decision. He did that based on emotion. Like, I want to slam my former mentor. I want to drag him across the floor. I'm going to go for a touchdown. He should have made the smart play, and the fact that he let his emotions get rid of him shows me that he's a terrible coach.
See,
Shanahan should have done.
Wait, real quick, James. You're ripping LaFleur for celebrating after Shanahan tried to undress him in the offseason?
I'm ripping LaFleur for not doing the coaching decision he should have made. He should have kicked the field goal at the end of the first half and not gone for the touchdown. That was a stupid coach.
Oh, you're talking about Shanahan. Shanahan did that.
No.
LaFleur went for it on 4th down and they stopped him.
Yeah. When they were up 10-0.
See, I'm okay with LaFleur doing that because LaFleur was sitting there going, your offense has done nothing.
Right.
That's how little respect they have for Jimmy.
Let's go to Dustin in Alameda. Dustin, what's happening?
Hey guys, go ahead and bear with me real quick, okay? One, who's putting Dante Johnson out there against Devontae Adams?
Tough.
This is a guy that got burned by Parker in the Miami game last year, okay?
Thank you.
It's ridiculous.
Man.
2, this offense has been slow the last couple weeks.
Exactly.
I've been a Jimmy fan. It's time. I'm sorry. What's the worst going to happen? These side throws, these deep balls?
Yeah.
That's not happening with Jimmy. Trey needs to throw that, okay? 3, I never thought this was a Super Bowl team.
Thank you.
But I thought we at least get like to a postseason, okay? In the NFL, you have a 3 to 5 year window to try to win a Super Bowl. In the NFC West, that is cut in half.
Yeah.
Teams like the Rams,
It's great.
Arizona, Seattle, okay? And I hear what you're saying, Bonte, about Shanahan. Like, he does get a little too cute. He does try to, he does try to do some trickery.
Dustin.
But you know what? Like it is time to hold him accountable. But you know what? Like, who are we going to find that's better, right? You know what I'm saying? Like Shanahan, he needs to make better decisions in game clock. Okay. 5. Okay. Mike and Matt LaFleur, they were upset, right? Or they were upset in the postseason. So you know what? Maybe Mike and Matt were kind of scheming. I mean, there was a lot of adjustments in that game that they was making.
Agreed.
I think those two brothers. I think he made the brothers mad. I think that was it. That's all I got.
Well,
for you guys.
look,
Thank you
man,
so much.
Great call. This offensive line is getting older. Alex Mack ain't going to be around forever. Trent Williams is on the wrong side of 30.
I felt like Max.
Right.
He got dominated.
Alex Mack
got dominated.
is not being good.
It's a bad
Look at
game.
Tomlinson. How long is he going to be around?
I don't know.
So now you
He's
look at this
29.
team in the future. You want to talk about roster construction. All right, you're going to have to retool this offensive line at some point in the next 2 to 3 years.
Absolutely.
The defensive line, D Ford, probably won't be around long. What are you going to do with Armstead?
It's got like
what are you going to do with Kinlaw?
Big contract.
How's Javon Kinlaw going to pan out?
I don't know. How did he play yesterday?
I didn't hear his name. I didn't see number 99
it was tough
out
to
there.
Tell.
I didn't see number 99 out there.
I thought the second half they ran the ball better than they did in the first half.
All right. The secondary
did.
situation. Jimmy Ward, Tart. This team is going to be retooling soon. So this may be the last ride with this bunch before you have to reset everything. You have to reset the secondary. You may have to reset the defensive line. You may have to reset the offensive line. You're going to have a change at the quarterback spot. I don't know. Like, that doesn't sound like playoff team to me.
Well, before the season started, I thought they were like a fringe playoff team, to be honest with you. Because they have limitations, man.
So next year there's going to be...
You can't start a rookie cornerback in week 1 and me sit here and be like, yeah, that's a strength of the team.
So you're going to... Wait, hear me. I'm trying to process all this now. So if they're a borderline playoff team this year, and next year there's going to be a lot of roster turnover
and a lot of money that they're going to have available in free agency.
So if they have to go out and go overspend for guys in the system, right? They're going to go overspend. So until we know what they're going to do in free agency. This even a playoff team next year?
Well, who cares about next year?
Because seriously, you guys all talk about this window and the roster.
There's no window.
And it's in
the future is this. It's all about Trey Lance. When you look around the league, the Chargers have life because they have Herbert. He's breathed life into them.
Also have a lot of talent
have
around
life because Joe Burrow is going to be very good. Him and Chase are throwing the ball all over the field.
They also have a lot of talent around them.
No doubt. And they got a nice safety. They've got players, the Bengals. But, Bonte, it's about their quarterback. When you look at some of these organizations, everything is built around the quarterback. Seattle has life because of Russell Wilson. It started differently. It started because of that Legion of Boom. And Russ was a role player, but he has developed into an absolute superstar. You take Aaron Rodgers off Green Bay, what are they? They're not that team that beat you yesterday, you know? So it's
an all-time great
about Trey Lance.
All right.
So we could
So you're ready to start Trey Lance next week?
Absolutely.
That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. You're going to have to take all the... Look, he's going to get kicked down. He's going to get dragged out. But I need some pop plays, and I need to unlock this offense. I got Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle. These guys are weapons. Is that on Jimmy? Ferraris.
Is that on Jimmy? Because hold on real quick. Debo led the league in receiving yards coming into week 3. Jimmy was getting him the ball.
He did.
All right.
He did.
So is that on Jimmy? Like, wait a minute here. We really ready to go with Trey Lance in week number 4 against Seattle?
Yeah.
Against the NFC West?
Yeah, I am. I am ready. Because, Bonte, look, the reality is that this kid needs to get up to speed. He cannot sit for 2 consecutive years on the sideline watching from afar.
Why not?
Because you need to go out and play. He needs reps.
Why not?
He needs live bullets. When Dante Whitner, an all-pro safety, is telling you the kid needs to play because defenses are packed in and Jimmy gives them no pop, I'm going to listen to him.
Well, you know what? That guy we saw on the other side with the Green Bay Packers, the all-time great Aaron Rodgers, how long did he sit?
Yeah, that was a different era. I mean, that was before they changed the rules.
How long
that was
did he
15
sit?
years ago.
How long did he sit?
He sit for 3 years because they had a Hall of Famer in front of him in Brett Favre.
Right.
Jimmy is not a Hall of Famer. I don't even know if Jimmy... How many teams does Jimmy start on around the league?
About 5. About 5.
Doesn't that
about
speak
5.
to it? Look, if you're a non-49er fan, they're looking at every team we talk to. Every team we talk to.
You know how many bad quarterbacks are out there?
No, but the Niners have one of them. The Niners have one of them.
Oh, okay. We were just apologizing to Jimmy 2 weeks ago.
Look, it's not an either or. It's everything. Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo together, it's not working. This secondary is not working.
Okay, how's the secondary all on Jimmy Garoppolo?
You have to play complimentary football. You have to be able to sustain some drives.
That's how Shanahan too.
I mean,
you're punting the ball from the 50-yard line, 4th and 1.
I'm
you're punting
totally
the
in agreement with you.
All right?
That's scared money.
You were leading the game with 37 seconds left and no timeouts. And who helped you lead the game?
George Kittle making an unbelievable play over the middle of the field. Jimmy gets credit for a great throw.
All right. Jimmy made plays on that final drive. He made plays on that final drive.
The playmakers were stepping up for them big time.
All right,
no
so
one's
Jimmy
taking
gets
it away.
no credit.
No, he gets a little bit of credit. But, Bonte, if you're going to sit here and say that Jimmy's conducting the train, that's just wrong.
You came back from a 17-0 deficit. You came back from a 17-0 deficit, and you were leading the football game.
I'm going to die on the hill. I'm going to tell you this right now.
Jimmy Garoppolo was not good yesterday. But damn, you look up and you're up 37 seconds left, and you're up 28-27.
That just because the results were in your favor doesn't mean that Jimmy Garoppolo is the right player to be playing right now. If you're in the stadium and you're watching the balls and the decision-making and throwing into triple coverage, throwing behind people, ball placement, the lack of pop plays, the way defenses do not honor the deep ball at all, and it has taken away the most integral part of this offense, the run game. Bonte, the move is inevitable. Make it now.
Scott and Livermore. Scott, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? I got a couple things to say real quick. One, yesterday Jimmy was talking about how Lance is learning the playbook, and what has helped Jimmy, this is quote from Jimmy G, that Kyle Shanahan had to simplify the offensive playbook to help Lance. Jimmy said that has made things easier on him. That's unacceptable. He's been in our system for 4 years. He should know this playbook by the back of his hand. It shouldn't be complex for him anymore. Yeah, it may be complex in general, but Jimmy should have the know-it-all to understand it, to know exactly what's going on.
Here's my thing.
That tells me, one, he's not our quarterback.
Well, here you go, Scott. I agree with you. But how much is this? Again, look at Shanahan. What if this is the Shanahan playbook? What if this is Shanahan's playbook? And what if it looks no differently? The only difference is Trey can run, right? He's a mobile quarterback.
And he can throw the ball significantly farther.
And he can throw the ball down the field.
Yes.
But maybe this is the Shanahan playbook.
That might be the case, but I have to see it. And if I'm going to make a decision on Shanahan, ultimately, like right now, I think he's a great play caller at times. I think at other times he leaves me wanting more. I think one of his bugaboos is his inability to play complementary football at times when needed. Clock management seems to continue to be an issue.
It's been
but
an
to make a full assessment on Shanahan, his hand-selected guy that he moved more draft capital in 49er history to go up and get, I have to see these two pair together
right
before I can lose my mind.
He should have played him right away.
Well,
and that's on Shanahan. Shanahan played the game in the preseason where he alternated both quarterbacks in practice.
Yes, he did.
And he decided, you know what, I'm still going to go with Jimmy. That's another mistake for Shanahan.
Argue that, B.
That's another mistake for Shanahan.
I can't argue that.
Year 5, and we're still doing this dance. We're still having this dance with Shanahan saying, well, you got to play his guy. Well, how many coaches in this league get 5 years before they finally get their guy to go play him?
Well, they've given this guy 5 years.
This guy is on a scholarship, Kyle Shanahan.
He's
on a scholarship. And you guys ran Steve Mariucci out of town, who had 4 winning seasons in 6 years. And it doesn't matter. I don't care about that. We're not there yet. Shanahan's not going anywhere. What I'm saying is the leeway this guy gets, it's unbelievable from this fan base. The same fan base that says Super Bowl or bust. The same fan base that ran George Seifert out of town. The same fan base that ran Mooch out of town. The same fan base that was split with Jim Harbaugh. And Shanahan has done nothing here. He's done nothing.
Well, he took him to a Super Bowl. And
he took him to the Super Bowl, or did the defense take him to a Super Bowl?
He gets credit for being part of that.
blew the Super Bowl.
Well, if we're gonna rip him for all the losses when his starting quarterback's
out. He blew Super Bowl 54. Let's give it a buck.
He did, and they all did. There's no denying that. But look, man, I'd rather have Shanahan than a lot of coaches out there, and I understand where you're coming from. Does he deserve criticism? Absolutely. I'm not running him out of town anytime soon. I want to see him and Trey Lance before I make any sweeping observations regarding Shanahan's long-term future. It's that simple.
Let's go to Larry in the city. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I want to tell you, I was one of the fans that called on Shanahan when I was looking at C.J. Beathard and Nicky Mullins. I'm like, okay, so he's supposed to be a quarterback guru, and this is what he said is talented enough to be in the NFL, backing up in San Francisco. I had a problem with that. I think he's arrogant, but I don't want to get rid of him either because I don't think there's anything too much better out there. Like, what's out there to get rid of him? He needs to get a lot better. Next point, John Lynch needs to be called out. That Briston Buckner trade is eating him alive right now. Don't let him slide on that. We took Eric Armstead instead of Briston. You pay him, it looks a whole lot better.
Man.
And then lastly, DeMeco Ryans, I want to give him a chance, but I just don't know yet.
Yeah,
like
I'm with you.
He's in his own head.
Yeah,
and Jimmy G. Jimmy G is average. He is, and he's scary. High school quarterbacks don't drop their head like Jimmy G does with the rush cup, right? Not looking downfield.
Hey.
At home. As soon as the rush comes, his head goes to the ground. Like, my God.
Look, I agree. Jimmy's not good, and I've said this from the moment we went down to training camp to today. The best quarterback in Santa Clara is Trey Lance. But you decided to start Jimmy Garoppolo to start the season, and now you want to just throw him in against Seattle? Now you want to throw him in against Arizona? You want to do that to Trey Lance? After I'm watching these rookie quarterbacks around the league struggle. And I see the Niners at 2-1 with a favorable schedule. Going to the playoffs with Trey Lance? I don't know.
Hold it right there. Hold it right there, because I want to say something about John Lynch and the draft capital. Last night was crystallized clear to me.
What's coming up in the game brought to you by Exergen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. An update on Josh Norman. Don't want to miss that. Plus, we'll continue to dive in. Stay on hold. If you're on hold, we'll get to you on the other side. Not sure if you have COVID. Fever is the leading sign, so be vigilant and use the only thermometer with proven accuracy in more than 100 clinical studies, the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Stay safe and learn more at Exergen.com.
It was a brutal loss for the Niners.
The 49ers couldn't take enough time off the clock.
Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Oh, baby, don't forget to download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game to get breaking news updates as well as links to the top interviews and best moments on the game. Powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to us on YouTube at 95.7 The Game. It is humming right now.
Yeah,
Switch brought to you by Xfinity.
Yeah,
I haven't seen numbers like this in a long time. People want to talk Niners here.
The comment section is litty.
Yeah, Giants sweep the Rockies, and nobody gives a damn right now because they're 2 games up on the Dodgers. It's about the 49ers. It's about the 49ers. So who's out there who believes that Trey Lance gives the Niners a better chance to win the game? Does anybody out there believe that the season is really over after week number 3?
It's not that it's over. It's just that it's going to be a ridiculously uphill climb with Jimmy Garoppolo under center. If you're not going to have an elite running game and you're not going to have top-rated pass protection, because the guy cannot play in a muddied pocket. Can we agree there?
Yeah,
he struggles. He struggles for a pocket quarterback. He struggles playing from within the pocket.
Shasky, those mechanics yesterday were
bad,
funky.
Yeah, but here's the guy that I think we've kind of failed to identify in terms of criticism this morning, and it's John Lynch. And whether you want to say Kyle has influence on the picks or not, ultimately Peters and Lynch, Adam Peters, are the guys who execute the actual draft day selections. And I'm looking at what happened yesterday.
Before you continue, real quick, that's one thing I'm unsure of.
What?
Who has the final say?
I agree with you.
On draft picks and free agency signings.
I don't know.
Because remember the first 4 years, it was Shanahan has final say. Shanahan handpicked John Lynch to do what Shanahan wants to do. So I don't know who has the final say, but continue.
Well, let's just, all 3 of them. If you want to lump them all together, the front office, their top 3 picks yesterday from this draft. Trey Lance was on the sidelines, played 2 snaps. What happened to your guard, Aaron Banks? Where was he yesterday? The guy you took out of Notre Dame who was going to help protect your quarterback for the future.
Inactive.
Okay, now, I don't want to lose my mind, but both of those guys look like projects at this point.
Yeah,
now,
Sermon.
I love that you took a quarterback because it's the most important position.
Right.
The guard, boy, it'd have been nice to have somebody who could help this team right now. And then what happened with your 3rd-round pick, Ambry Thomas yesterday, Bonte?
Inactive.
Okay, so not only did the kid not play, the quarterback, your other 2 picks, so you're hoping, okay, if they're not going to be starters, can they be contributors? They didn't even suit up yesterday. Now, you want to say here, Joe, look, about Diamondor Lenore, 5th rounder, they found him. Hey, that's great. That's awesome. The 5th, 6th, 7th rounders should be randoms. Like, I should be hitting like I'm trying to hit on the lottery, right? Here's $20. Maybe one day I hit on the lottery. Well, you've hit pretty consistently in those 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, right? Which is kind of shocking.
Yep.
Can you hit on one of these 2nd and 3rd rounders this year? Like, they're really hurting. And then I look at Javon Kinlaw. And B, if we're going to give Javon Kinlaw all of this love for stuffing the run, like, really? That's what a 5th, 6th, 7th round undrafted free agent D tackle does. He's not a 3-down lineman. He's never going to be a sack monster. He's got a suspect knee. Like, if we're being quite frank, these draft picks the last 2 years are not materializing. And Ayuk, I like him. I really like him.
He ain't no CD Lamb.
No, he's not. And he's not having the impact. Even Ruggs is starting to hit his prime right now. Who was the guy who didn't look good last year based on all the first rounders.
Justin Jefferson.
They need more from these drafted high selection picks. And that's where I look and I go, guys, front office, coaching staff, are we identifying the wrong guys?
Right.
Are we not coaching them up?
Yep.
Are we just missing? Are we whiffing? Yep. Is it out of your control? What is going on?
Trey Sermon, 2021 NFL draft, selected in the 3rd round. Trey Sermon looks like he needs a lot of work.
He got better as the game went on.
Yeah, one run for 16, but for the most part,
can you agree?
He's not ready to go.
And now I see what Shanahan saw in not playing
No
him.
doubt.
And I was wrong, and Shanahan was right.
Elijah Mitchell runs his system a lot better.
Yeah.
Ambry Thomas, 3rd round pick, 102 overall, inactive, does not look ready to go.
No.
You talk about the year before with Brandon Ayuk. If you can't get Brandon Ayuk going, and in the class that was rich with talent, Claypool, Michael Pittman Jr., we don't even talk about them. Justin Jefferson in Minnesota. We'll see Jalen Reagor tonight. As you mentioned, Henry Ruggs looks like boy, he's making the leap from his rookie year to his sophomore season. Jerry Jeudy was having a monster game in week 1 before he hurt his ankle. He's going to be out for a while, but Jerry Jeudy looks the part. And then, of course, CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson look dynamic. They look fantastic. Kinlaw had no impact yesterday.
None.
No impact. And so it goes to trading Buckner. You trade Buckner and you give Armstead the money. I was never in favor of the trade. But did I like Kinlaw? Absolutely. But you should have never traded Buckner. He was the heart and soul of this defense. You win that game with DeForest Buckner playing yesterday. DeForest Buckner plays yesterday, you win that football game. That's how impactful he was. So 888-957-9570. This is the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill, sponsored by Timeless Coffee. Go out to Timeless Coffee, one of 3 stores in Oakland, including the new one at 17th and Webster in downtown Oakland. Go out to Timeless Coffee. Get yourself a fresh brew, we got the iced Timeless oat milk with the oat milk.
I like
you got
the
strawberry
merchant blend.
shortcake. You love the merchant blend. You love it.
Before we go out to the lines, 888-957-9570. I want to hear from the Niner faithful. I was there. It was great to be gathered in large quantities. I had a great time. The vibe in the parking lot was unbelievable.
Hilton Hotel. Shout out to the Hilton Hotel.
It was awesome.
How cool
Great
was
day.
it to see Joe Eustace?
But I'm not going to lie. Like, leaving that stadium, it felt like it wasn't at the end of the year. It felt like a late season. Oh, my goodness. Our opportunity at making the playoffs is now diminished. Oh, it felt like a playoff loss in many ways. It wasn't, but it had that feel coming out of that stadium. I've never seen so many people so dejected coming out. Even after the Seattle game that they lost, because that's been really the only losses with fans there, that Seattle Monday night game, people had more encouragement after that loss in some way. I don't know why. It was bad. But, B, you brought something up here on Buckner. I think, forget the play for a second, because clearly they miss his play. The amount of leadership they've lost with Richard Sherman and Buckner, that to me is the part that I can't quantify and put my finger on this morning. Something's off, clearly, on both sides of the ball. Mm-hmm. And I'm not liking what I'm seeing. I'm
not liking what I'm seeing defensively. I'm not liking what I'm seeing offensively. I'm not liking what I'm seeing from the coaching standpoint. 888-957-9570. I mentioned this 3-game stretch was similar to the one in 2019, where they played the Green Bay Packers on Sunday Night Football. Mm-hmm. They traveled to Baltimore, and then they went to the Superdome in New Orleans. And they finished that stretch 2-1. Mm-hmm. It was a treacherous 3-game stretch. They finished it 2-1 and lost on the last-second field goal to the Baltimore Ravens. All right, this 3-game stretch feels eerily similar, because you have the Green Bay Packers Sunday Night Football.
I know.
Next week, you're playing Seattle at home.
I know.
And then right before the bye week, you have to go to Arizona. Now, I got to check to see who Arizona's playing next week. I think they're playing the Rams, actually. Playing the Rams. So they could be 3-1. They could be 4-0. That's the stretch here coming up. And I feel like the Niners have to get out of this stretch. Like, I was looking at it thinking, all right, 5-0, you're getting greedy. Okay, 4-1. Now, man, you're hoping to get to 4-1. But that was a big swing game yesterday, because in this division, you have to stack wins up.
That's exactly the way I was
You have to stack wins up. You got to go to 3-0 and keep pace with the Rams and the Cardinals. And Green Bay, they were in the division in NFC North. They're going to win that division going away. I don't believe in Minnesota, all right? I don't believe in the Vikings. Detroit stinks.
Didn't they play like their season depended on it yesterday?
They wanted that win.
Even though it was week 3? And the way they celebrated, I said to myself as we were walking out, like, you know what? I'm not mad at that celebration. That was a big game for them.
This is a great question from Gino and Vacaville.
Give it to me.
We're getting down to the lines, I promise you, right now. But I want you to ponder this question from Gino and Vacaville. Do you think the locker room is split with who should be starting at quarterback? Chew on that for a second. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Jonathan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, man, we got to slow our roll, guys. It's one loss, and we lost by a field goal because, the other guy is an HOFer, and we let his go-to guy just have it his way. I mean, come on, man. We got to stop at least the obvious. And what's the obvious? Devontae Allen. I know that. You guys know that. Everybody knows that. How come the DC doesn't know that? But put a soft zone on the guy. Really? An HOFer quarterback and his go-to guy, and the plan is to give him a soft zone? We're dead. That's why we died yesterday. I know there's a lot of things that happen in the game, and that's why we're football junkies. It's just because it's so compelling television. It's the middle of the defense is whack. Without Buckner, I mean, they're giving up all kinds of yardage in the ground in the middle, and there's no push in the middle. So quarterbacks, they know Bosa and And D Ford, 2 point something seconds, they got to get rid of the ball, and that's a cure for those passwords. Yeah, right. And then the explosiveness in the offense went away when we lost Mostert. I mean, let's face it, bro.
Yeah.
Mostert was a big-time
That's
running
a big
back.
loss.
Well, who's the kid that was returning kicks
we could put
yesterday?
any running back out there, but they're not Mostert, man.
Good call, Jonathan. Cannon. I want to see more of Cannon.
Hey, that was
this guy's got speed.
That was an electric return that totally sparked the team.
It did.
Totally sparked the team.
Gave him the first points of the game. Got him right before halftime. It was about a minute and some change left. That kickoff return got the Niners cooking there offensively. Cannon, he's got speed.
Here's a great question.
It's like he was shot out of a cannon.
Yeah. Where's the rim shot? Dun-dun-dun.
I don't even know if I deserve that one, and I'm the one that hits the button.
I kind of love you.
Jonathan in Colorado. What's up, John? John in Colorado. John, what's happening?
Dude,
You're on
we
the
are
road.
international.
We're all over the place.
Yo, it's Sean in Colorado. How are you?
Oh, what's
Good.
up?
John or Sean?
Sean.
Sean,
It doesn't
got it.
matter what your name is.
All right, Sean. What's up, baby?
Harbaugh's jawline, bro.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
What's up, homie? Hey, dude, so here's the thing. Like, Joe, you know that I'm a big advocate for giving quarterbacks time.
Of course.
Big Alex Smith guy. Jimmy G, and the thing with him is, like, you know, if the offense is predicated on running and throwing short intermediate routes, you got to hit guys in accuracy. Where are the Yak Bros at? I mean, the guys are getting hit. The ball's hitting the ground, going high. You got to hit guys in stride, and that's the biggest thing with Jimmy is, like, if he's in a play, you got to complete passes at what they're asking you to do. He's not doing that.
Yeah. Well, and I think one of the things that frustrated me, we all, like you call them the Yak Bros, we all agree these guys can get separation.
Yeah.
IU can get separation. But when you run the same 6 routes as an offense, teams are jumping them, even if you are a great route runner.
And look,
where's
come
the
on.
double move?
And let's be real here. I thought the double move, they should have ran the double move because of the way they were jumping the routes.
I agree.
Because these routes that they're running, Debo, IU, Kittle, there's not much separation from the corners. There's not. Like let's be real here, Shasky. The receivers are not gaining much separation.
Because I'm telling you, I'm watching the routes that they're running. Everything is these basic slants, little screens.
They're jumping them. They're jumping them.
You got to stretch the field vertically. Bonte, everything is horizontal, left to right, left to right. Get upfield. Throw the ball down the field.
You can't throw the ball down the
Aaron
field.
Rodgers?
But you can't throw the ball down the field when the routes are not going deep. You're not running many deep routes.
I know. Believe me, I know.
So if you're not running many deep routes, at least put pressure on Jimmy Garoppolo and say, hey, look, I'm down league up deep routes. You need to stretch the field and try to hit some of these deep routes. Yesterday, I'm watching from the box. I got the binoculars. There's not many deep routes getting ran on that field. So some of that is on Shanahan. If Jimmy can't make those throws, if you're dialing up the plays and you're saying, hey, IU D-ball, I need you to go deep.
Yes.
And if Jimmy's not pulling the trigger and going deep, then yes, it is time to play Trey Lance. But at least dial them up.
Yeah.
Shanahan's not even dialing it up.
Some of the play calls, they rolled, again, because their personnel so limited. You got Mohamed Sanu out there, and everyone's like, oh, Mohamed's having a good game. Mohamed scares no one. Mohamed ain't taking nothing to the house. You know what he said? He's dropping balls, and make a play here and there. Like, what happened to Trent Sherfield? This is another thing. Like,
Mohamed Sanu got 6 targets.
What?
How does Mohamed Sanu get the same amount of targets as Brandon Ayuk?
It's baffling. And then you're going to and I thought Juszczyk had a great game. Juszczyk played absolutely fantastic. One of his best games as a 49er. I actually want to see him touch the ball more if I'm a 49er fan. But you're splitting out Trey Sermon. Sermon couldn't catch anything. He dropped a little swing pass early in the game, and you're splitting him out. Defenses aren't honoring Trey Sermon. They know you're not throwing to him on the outside. This is a very predictable, limited offense, and it's a combination of, yes, Shanahan and his play calling, and also because of the personnel, Jimmy Garoppolo, this team can only run so many things.
Do you know what, though? Also, when his team gets behind, Shanahan's not a good coach coming from behind.
No, I agree there.
All right?
But
and when you get all out of whack.
Quarterback plays into that.
Quarterback does. But you know what? If you don't, you got to run your plays. All right? You can't not run your plays because the quarterback is limited.
But you're trying to win.
But you got to run your plays and say, okay, hey, Jed York, John Lynch, whoever is part of the decision-making, I can't run my playbook with this guy. I need to play Trey Lance.
They literally said that for 2 straight years. And
now you're still playing Jimmy Garoppolo.
I know, and that's why I'm ready to turn the page and go straight to
Shanahan keeps saying, We got our quarterback. It's not even close.
Maybe he has to do this for the locker room, because you asked me a great question. Could the locker room be split? That very well could be, because people talk. We know who's good and who's not in any industry. People talk, they know. And some people might favor Jimmy Garoppolo. Remember when they made the switch to Kaepernick?
Oh, yeah.
Half the team wanted Kaepernick, half the team wanted Alex Smith. And it took some time for Kaepernick to win guys over. Vernon Davis was very outspoken against Kaepernick being the quarterback.
He wanted Alex Smith because Alex gave him the ball. Because Alex didn't stretch the field and get the ball to wide receivers.
You, as the coach, have to make tough decisions that might alienate people on the front end, but you have to build that equity with them. Trust me, this is going to help us win.
Here's the thing with Shanahan. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. He just signed a fat contract extension after they lost the Super Bowl. So Shanahan's seat is not even warm. It's not even lukewarm. That seat is comfortable for Shanahan right now. Make the decision then. Make the tough decision. If you can't run your plays, and this quarterback is not capable of running your playbook, then go a different direction.
Well,
that's on the coach.
I'm open to that.
Because you're not running deep routes with Jimmy Garoppolo. You're not. And you're not making adjustments here.
Hypothetically, let me ask you this question. Getting to the playoffs and being one and done with Jimmy Garoppolo, is that better for the long-term viability of this organization, this coaching staff, and the quarterback of the future, or playing the kid and missing out on the playoffs by a couple of games?
You need to make the playoffs. You need to make the playoffs.
Yeah, this is the long game.
You need
for
to
me.
you need
I'm
to make
out
the
on that.
playoffs.
I'm all about Trey's development.
One time since the 2013 NFC Championship game. You need to make the playoffs, and you need to show the world. Future free agents, guys who are thinking about moving, guys think about coming to California to the Bay Area. You need to show them, hey, look, we made the playoffs. We were one and done with the quarterback who was limited. With you coming here to San Francisco alongside Trey Lance, we're going to the Super Bowl. You need to make the playoffs. You need to sell it to the fan base that you're close, that you can make the playoffs and be a factor. And depending on how you lose that playoff game.
So I philosophically disagree, but that's okay. I still think that they're very far away. I do not think that they are a playoff team.
What's the difference between going to the playoffs, right, and being one and done? And think back to 2018 when people were saying lose the games on purpose. Lose the games on purpose.
That's a
Don't you want to have a winning culture?
No, I want to see some flashes from the kid that's going to be able to be built upon for the following year. Like part of what made Justin Herbert's year last year, even though they lost a bunch of games, they were able to build on that for the entire offseason. He's able to build on that. They could pick apart some of the things that he didn't do well and needs to get better at. And now you're seeing it this year.
You need to build a winning culture. You need to get to the playoffs. George Kittle, you think he doesn't want to go to the? Hey, let's develop Trey Lance.
No, of course.
Come on, man. You got
to.
It's about going to the playoffs and winning football games.
But it's also about the long game. You can't be penny wise, pound foolish. You have to develop.
There may be no long game in the NFL.
Well, that might be true.
It's not a long-term sport.
That might be true.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. All right, so everybody needs to calm down. Game 3, all right? As far as I'm concerned, I think it was a time management problem yesterday. If Juracek had fallen on the 1-yard line, they told him to maybe stop there. They could have had another play to kill, score, and then there wouldn't have been any time for Rodgers to come back. We'd be talking 3-0, and Jimmy's great comeback, and we're on our way to the Super Bowl. So, look, I mean, I totally agree with Shanahan still that Garoppolo is our best chance to make the Super Bowl. All right, and he's look, he's a little better than average quarterback on currently a little better than average team. But the reason we're a little better than average team is because of these decimating injuries to the secondary and the running back. So I think you got to give Shanahan time to see how he can correct these problems. All right. Give it a few weeks, all right? Yeah. If, let's say, 3 weeks down the road, it looks like, hey, we're not going to make the Super Bowl, then you start the kid. Then you put him in, and maybe you sacrifice going to the playoffs, Bonte, but, then you have a chance to develop him. But, you look around, like you say, Bonte, look at all these first-year quarterbacks. They're all struggling, okay?
They're all struggling. That's
what you're going to get with Trey. So, anyways,
good call, Gene. And by the way,
Jimmy was playing lights out. I wouldn't mind. He's struggling too.
Here, real quick, I thought Jimmy was fantastic in the second half against Philadelphia.
Again,
maybe fantastic strong.
That seems steep.
Detroit, he was really good.
He was.
Philadelphia, he made plays.
Detroit's 0-3
He made plays. He made plays against Philadelphia. Detroit should be, it should be one of, that's tough to lose on a 66-yard field goal. Update from Ian Rappaport at NFL Network.
Yes.
And about Josh Norman. Josh Norman, cornerback who just signed with the 49ers and looked good so far.
Yeah,
He's looked really good.
He did. Outside of that Devontae play early on.
He's dealing with 2 bruised lungs, along with tissue damage, which may have caused some internal bleeding. Sources say tests ongoing. Doctors will be cautious, but he's in good spirits and hopes to play next week.
Hey, B, this so reminds me of Philadelphia a couple years ago when their secondary was just completely decimated. Remember, they're coming off that Super Bowl win, and their entire secondary got hurt.
Sunday Night Football.
Just everyone was hurt. When you have these cluster injuries at multiple positions, it does you in. It's a total Achilles heel. I don't know if they can overcome it, man. It's just in this division. If they were in the AFC South, I would wake up this morning and I'd be like, look, guys, everybody relax. They're in the hardest division in football. This is a nuclear arms race that's going on. You see Matt Stafford? He's throwing for 350 and 4 touchdowns every week, it seems like.
I told you about those.
You were right, and I was wrong. And then I'm seeing, look, I am so, and we'll get to it at some point, I am so afraid of a get-right game for Russ and the Seahawks this weekend. They must be licking their chops.
For one of the leaders of the 49ers fan base and the Giants fan base, you've been acting a bit scary the last couple weeks, and I'm concerned about you. When did you become so scary?
When I saw my quarterback get scary in the pocket and literally go, and throw it on the ground and just fumble the ball away.
We got to find a new nickname for the Butcher.
Hey, if
you
Nick Mullins,
too scary for me, man.
If Nick Mullins or CJ Beathard did the play that Jimmy Garoppolo did.
That was awful. That was awful.
Come on.
It was awful. Yet he recovered. And helped the 49ers take a lead. He helped the Niners take a lead. 37 seconds left.
Kittle made a great play. He was a great throw by Jimmy. I'm not here to say Jimmy's the worst. No one's saying he's the worst.
The defense is awful yesterday.
We're saying we want to see the kid.
You want to see the kid.
I do. A lot of people do.
I want to see the kid, but at what cost?
It's going to cost.
This season is still, you still have a chance to do big things this season, despite the injuries. Yeah, it looks bleak right now. It's all doom and gloom. You're 2-1. You're 2-1. You get a chance to play Seattle next week. Seattle couldn't stop Kirk Cousins. I couldn't stop Kirk Cousins.
I'd take Kirk Cousins over Jimmy right now.
Oh, man. Yeah, I know you're tripping now.
No, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, well.
I wouldn't.
We can agree to
Cousins.
disagree.
You can have Kirk Cousins.
I'd rather have him than Jimmy.
Yeah, okay. Be careful with that. Jason in Oakland, what's happening?
Double Devontae.
Listen, I love listening to you guys every morning before I go to work, but you guys are nitpicking today. Like, come on, man. If the Niners would have won the game, you guys would have a whole different narrative.
No.
Both of y'all probably been in the Bay for most of y'all lives. Come on, man. Y'all know Jimmy is better than Lance at this point in time in his career. Secondly, we know that Shanahan should have told the guys, do not run this ball in with 38 seconds, 36 seconds on the clock. So, yeah, Shanahan, he holds some of the responsibility for the loss. We know that. But at the end of the day, if the Niners would have won that game, we'd have a whole different narrative today. Yes, our defense, our cornerbacks, LaFluer, he's looking good. He's not looking too bad. So if we had Josh Norman, the game probably would have been a little bit better when it comes to defense.
You're right.
But at the end of the day, we are going to the playoffs. We're going to beat Seattle, and then the narrative is going to be a whole different narrative next week. So come on, man. Come on, man. Y'all been in the Bay. Y'all natives. So y'all know where the Niners are at when it comes to this. Come on, we got to do a little bit better this morning, y'all. Y'all know the Niners.
First off.
Hey, Jason, I respect the call, man.
Narratives. I don't do narratives. This is what I do.
Either.
I do assessing what I'm watching, and what I'm watching is an offense that's extremely limited and predictable, and a quarterback who's not confident. Did he have good drives? Yes, he did. Bonte. But for them to get where they need to go, they need to do more on offense. I need more upside. I need more pop. This defense,
what?
Lenore tries really hard for a rookie.
Lenore
I don't know what he'll end up
and he's
being.
going to get cooked as a rookie.
But triple team Devontae.
Right, yeah, I agree. It's on the defense. It's also on the lack of running backs. All of a sudden, one of the strengths of the football team, running back. Oh, man, they're so deep with the running back position. Well, you lose Mostert after 2 carries. Elijah Mitchell in the hard-hitting game of Philadelphia, where we said, oh, boy, St. Louisiana Lafayette. You're playing the Eagles and that defensive line. Well, Elijah Mitchell can't go because of a shoulder injury. All of a sudden, you lose Jermichael Hasty with an ankle injury in the same game. Now you got to play running back roulette. Kerryon Johnson, Cannon, Trey Sermon. You don't have a running back right now. You can't run screen passes right now because you don't have a running back who's capable of playing at a high level. So without a running back, I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know what you're going to do offensively.
They got no running back there. Their right guard and their center played really bad yesterday. Their DBs don't make any plays on the ball.
And
it's tough.
And that's why I can't blame Jimmy Garoppolo for that loss.
No one's blaming him singularly for the loss.
Yeah, I can't do it.
What we're saying is that this team is 2021, it felt like last night was a turning point for me in that, all right, look, could you make the playoffs? Absolutely. You're not a Super Bowl team. You're just not. Green Bay, that's a Super Bowl team. You know why?
Stop.
Because they've got a Hall of Famer, once-in-a-generation talent in Aaron Rodgers, who can will that team with one other player, just one other player, Davante Adams on offense, and they can beat anyone on any given night. You don't have that luxury. Like, you have to be lights out at every single position, and they're just not there. Their margin of error is so thin.
Antonio in Oakland. Shasky needs a Xanax right now. We're going to give him a little break here. He's about to have a heart attack, man.
Oh, man.
Antonio, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Man, that was horrible, man. I mean, Jimmy, he did throw some not-so-good passes, but, man, Shanahan should have drafted Rondale Moore in the second round instead of Banks. And now we got to face Rondale Moore twice a season. But, hey, Fred Warner, turn around, Fred Warner. If you'd have knocked that pass down, probably would have had a better chance to win. But, hey, right now I feel like the title of me and Bonte's favorite E40 song, I'm dusted and disgusted.
Yeah.
But, hey, I got to see Shasky yesterday. What's up, Shasky?
What up, bro? It's good to see you yesterday.
You didn't come by the hill then, Tony. I was waiting for you.
You were the one that showed up late.
Oh, yeah.
Like a diva.
You were the one not there, man.
Yeah, I was. You know what happened, Antonio? I was watching the Giants. I was watching the games. And I was like, all right, 5 more minutes. And, yeah, I was slipping. I'll see you next time out there.
Antonio had some sick throwback 49er shorts.
He's got gear. Antonio stays fitted.
Yeah, he does.
He stays fitted. His fast is on point.
Yeah, it is.
He knows what time it is. He has a good time.
But I can't, for the life of me, I don't look, I'm not saying that, the prevent zone at the end.
Oh, my gosh.
What? In what world?
Again.
Triple team dare someone else to make a play.
Valdez-Scantling, I don't think, played on that final drive because he was hurt.
He limped off after an errant throw down the line, I think, on the series before.
No doubt. So you got Davante Adams up there. He's got 18 targets. Look at the targets.
I thought Davante had 200 yards yesterday.
Look at the target distribution here.
Give it to
for
me.
the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, give it to me.
Randall Cobb, 1 target. Tanyan, 1 target.
Yeah,
Lazard, 1 target. Dillon, 2 targets.
Lazard, he made a dime throw to Lazard
42
over the
yards,
top.
first quarter, first drive of the game. Aaron Jones, 2 targets. Valdez-Scantling, 4 targets. Davante Adams, 18 targets.
My biggest issue...
18 targets.
I felt like Rodgers dropped back and threw rainbow after rainbow after rainbow. Not only did obviously get the ball to his best player, but he's like, you know what? Davante's either going to make a play, it's going to fall incomplete, or we're going to get a pass interference. Yeah. He was playing the percentages, and I thought it was a brilliant game plan by LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers.
Shasky.
We're not giving them enough credit, and they came ready to hit. And they dominated both sides of the line.
And I thought this was going to be a get-right game, a statement game for the 49ers. I thought they were going to run through the Packers. I couldn't have been more wrong. Look, we got some heavy hitters on the line.
Okay.
Here. Lines are lit up.
Okay.
We got the heavy hitters here coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco at Odyssey Station. The heavy hitters have waken up this morning, and they want to chime in on yesterday's loss. Niners lose 30-28. Mason Crosby, 51-yard game-winning field goal. Aaron Rodgers, Davante Adams, all they need is 36 seconds to get in field goal range. And they made that happen after the Niners rallied from a 17-0 deficit and took a lead 28-27. We're talking about Shanahan. We're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. Is it time to make the move to Trey Lance?
Personnel.
This is what Dante Whitner said yesterday.
Yeah, I'm with him.
This is what Dante Whitner said yesterday on the postgame show. Then we're going to the heavy hitters on the lines here. 888-957-9570. Here's Dante Whitner after the Niners loss last night.
There's limitations on this offense. There's been limitations. There's a reason why they went out and picked him number 3. And you see all these dink and dunk passes. Jimmy is averaging about 5 yards a pass. Now, put Trey Lance in the game, see what he can do. If he doesn't, go back to Jimmy Garoppolo. But right now, with no running game, without being able to push the ball downfield, it's going to be difficult for these guys. And then that puts a lot of stress on your defense as well. Because in that first half, the defense was on the field. They were getting tired. They gave up a lot of points, 17 points in the first half. So Lance will make them dance.
That's Dante Whitner. And by the way, hit the like button on YouTube right now. YouTube is on fire. Go to 95.7 The Game on YouTube. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the page at 95.7 The Game. Twitch. I don't forget about Twitch. Brought to you by Xfinity. Twitch is humming. I can't keep up with the comments. It's moving like a slot machine right now.
When you hear Dante Whitner say that, a guy who's been in locker rooms, a guy who played for a team that went to the Super Bowl for the 49ers, he does not do narrative talk. No. He does reality talk. What do you think after you hear him basically say, play Trey Lance?
And he was on that football team with Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick.
Mm-hmm.
He was on that football team. He was there when they made the switch to Colin Kaepernick. It worked out. Look, I wanted Trey to start on day number 1. I thought he should have been in starter on day 1. All right, you go to Jimmy, that's fair. He's a rookie. The rookies have looked overwhelmed. This is a tough league.
It is a tough
quarterback.
You're going to get kicked down.
And I believe this roster was ready to win big games. Now, that's taking a hit because of the injuries. So, look, I'm going to go to the heavy hitters on the lines. They're jam-packed. And we're going to start with Rob and San Bruno. Rob and San Bruno. Then our next caller, we got a couple calls here. I see a lot of heavy hitters on the lines. Let's start with Rob and San Bruno. What's up?
What's up, fellas? First off, let me say this was good seeing y'all. Had a great time. Win or lose yesterday. It was a great game.
It was.
Absolutely. Good to see you, Rob, at the Hilton.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You too. You too, Butcher Boy. Hey, but check it out. Now, this narrative about Kyle Shanahan can pick up any running back and turn him into something, that's not true. That's blasphemous. I don't like that. I feel like if our offense is going to be dependent on the running game, we need to put some money towards the running game. Like, let's not try to get these fourth-round picks, these undrafted rookies, and turn them into something. That's not how to me, that's disrespectful to the running back position. It's only a few guys in the league that can carry the ball 10 or 15 times, 20 times a game and play the next game. We're not one of them teams. So I think we need to upgrade the running back position. Secondly, look, I went to 5-6 training camps, man. I was in that thing. Lance was the best quarterback on that field. I'm not gonna harp on Jimmy because I know what Jimmy is already.
Right. We said that, Rob, and people said we were just doing hot take radio about Trey Lance.
The same mistake he made yesterday, he's been making this. He been making. The only difference was the defense just couldn't pull it out. And we harped on the defense too much, so I feel like the score could have been 31-3 at halftime.
Thank you.
Defense made some stops.
Thank you.
They made some stops, but, we down to our fourth-string corners. What you expect us to do? Beat Deion Sanders with some guys. Norman wasn't even on the roster during training camp. So we down to our fourth-string corner. So it is what it is. I feel like them 2 turnovers, definitely that one when he threw the ball to the ground. That cost us. That really cost us the game. It's time for Lance to play, man. Lance
Thank you.
The ball down the field.
Thank you.
And then y'all was out there. Y'all seen when Lance came in, how the crowd was crazy.
It's no doubt. It's no joke,
man. We know what Jimmy is. He's solid, but it's time for Lance to go out there and make this. Because like I said, they were running the same offense in training camp. Lance was hitting the short stuff, the medium stuff. The difference was Lance was hitting Sherfield down the field. He was hitting Debo down the field. He was hitting IU and Kittle.
Oh, I know.
It's time to start, man.
Hey, look. Rob, great call.
I love Rob.
Look, both of us got labeled as homers and fanboys because of practice, and we didn't know how to assess the quarterback position in practice. We was told we didn't know how to cover training camp. That's fine. That's all good. I've been saying it, and I'll say it today. Trey Lance is the best quarterback in Santa Clara, but are you ready to throw him to the wolves right now? Because you're going to have lumps, and the season is still in the balance here.
You are.
And when you move to Trey Lance, you basically say, look, we're not going to the Super Bowl, and we're going to develop him. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm ready for that.
We might be 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 weeks premature. I was ready in the second quarter. I feel like a lot of people were. They need to be jump-started. Something's not right on this offense.
Something's not right.
They have now back-to-back weeks. Back-to-back weeks be the coach, the players, the quarterback, whoever. they've come out and laid eggs in first half.
There's no doubt.
That can't happen.
And Shasky, he's right about the running backs. Something I've been screaming about for years.
You have.
Get a bell cow running back.
I'm with you.
For crying out loud.
I'm with you.
Get a bell cow running back. I'm so sick of the running back by committee. Get rid of it.
I mean,
give me a running back, please.
I'm watching Derrick Henry, and I'm like, God, what he would do in a Shanahan offense.
Najee Harris.
Najee Harris.
I'm looking at Najee.
You know I love Najee.
I even wanted J.K. Dobbins.
I'll take anybody.
Come on, man. Oh, boy. All right. Juice and Fremont.
Uh-oh.
Juice and Fremont.
I'm going to lay back.
What's going on? Good morning, Juice.
You know, let me say this before I get up to this call. Is it possible that I could be the third member of this great show? I mean, honestly, you guys don't really need me, but it's my calling in life to remind all my Niner brothers and sisters out there the truth. All right, you know, this whole season, before the season started, we kept on hearing, oh, this D-line is going to be great, just like 2019. Well, let me remind you, 2019 had DeForest Buckner. This team doesn't. I don't know why this team didn't sign a game changer is beyond me. 2, Jimmy Garoppolo. When the Rams had a chance to upgrade the quarterback, it was a no-brainer. Isn't that what life is all about? We upgrade our phones, cars, jobs. Heck, we even upgraded our relationship. This regime that's trying to make Jimmy Fumble a journey pony into a Kentucky Derby is freaking ridiculous. I mean, he don't belong in the NFL. He belongs in Dancing with the Stars. Right now, I'll take Jimmy Carter, Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Hoffa, Jimmy Connors, or even Jimmy the Cricket as a quarterback for the Niners than Jimmy G. And lastly, who the hell are the quarterback coach for this team? Stevie Wonder playing man-to-man coverage against the MVP quarterback? You don't think Dion is on one side and Eric Davis on the other side. But what it all boils down is to our freaking our coach, Kyle Shenanigans. The guy who's the offensive guru but has nothing to show. So he's the Mike D'Antoni of the NFL. I mean, hey, the Eagles got rid of Doug Peterson. So there you have it. Shenanigans can't even hold Doug Peterson's jock strap, and the guy's not in the NFL. Man, I'm tired of this bull crap. Outro.
Oh, my God. That was the greatest phone call this station has ever received. I mean, there was like 9 different great drops in there. He called Shanahan the Mike D'Antoni of the NFL.
Kyle Shenanigans. I mean, it's just, wow.
That was such a great call.
We got 3 minutes till break here, and I'm not sure a caller wants to follow that up.
Let somebody. That was, I'm getting texts right now on my personal cell. That was maybe the greatest call in the history of the station.
It was amazing.
We might have to replay that at some point today.
Juice, when he calls, and he doesn't call often, but when he calls, he makes them count.
Well, I was
He makes them count. He makes them memorable. When I say the top 10 calls in the station history, Juice now has 4 of them. He now has 4 of them.
I mean, I'll take Jimmy Hoffa.
Jimmy the Greek. Jimmy Butler. You know one guy who can follow up, Juice?
Who's that?
And he comes in strong, and the lines are lit.
Dude, YouTube's never been higher.
Chambry in Arizona.
Let's go, Chambry.
Chambry. What's up, baby? You're on the roast.
Jiminy Cricket.
Hey, appreciate you guys always taking the call, man. Got nothing but love and respect for you guys.
Thank you.
I mean, listen, pretty much everybody's already touched on it. I definitely blame Shanahan, right? Because I don't understand why the hell for the second straight week we're a running team and you aren't running the ball. Now, you want to say we're limited with the running backs. I get that. So why the hell are we not putting in Trey Lance a little more to give us a threat, a running threat, on a running football team, right? And it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what the hell are we doing? I said last week, I called out the coaching, same thing. Figure it out. I don't get it. But on offense, I will say, to stay a little bit positive on offense, I was glad to see Ayuk finally involved, making some plays, right? Now, on defense, 91 finally made a damn play. But other than that, where the hell was the defensive line? MIA. That's where they were. Okay? Now, when we come to the cornerback, I don't like calling for anybody's jobs, right? Because I don't know anybody. They might be good people. I don't know anything about that. But why the hell is Dante Johnson still on this damn roster?
I have no idea.
Deommodore Lenoir is making some giving up some plays, and he's learning. So he's still learning. But the boy can ball. I don't know why we keep going back to Dante Johnson. It does not make any sense. And I'll tell you guys this before I go. It ain't hindsight 22. I told this to my son as soon as we scored that touchdown. Has anybody brought up, maybe we should have kicked that kickoff a little bit shorter and make them bring it out the end zone?
That's a good call. The Belichick, Chambry.
Interesting.
The Belichick, Chambry, where you kick it and a guy receives it at around the 5-yard line, and he has no choice but to catch it and run. You know what I'm saying? That's a great point there.
That's
Instead of kicking a touchback. That's a great point.
I thought Wisnowski had a great game yesterday, kicking, punting, whatever you want to call it. I didn't even think of that.
YouTube's on fire. Twitch is on fire. Brought to you by Xfinity. The Morning Roast continues to roll on. Brought to you by Timeless Coffee. And what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Mimecast. More of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We will get to you. This is your show. We go guest free on Mondays here on a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, or risk of ransomware. Visit Mimecast.com. That's MIMECAST.com.
Right now, I'll take Jimmy Carter, Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Hoffa, Jimmy Connors, or even Jimmy the Cricket as a quarterback for the Niners than Jimmy G.
Crank that, Langford. Crank that. Crank it up. It's a Monster Monday. 95-7 the game. Wall-to-wall coverage of yesterday's game between the Niners and Packers. We'll be talking about it all day. Giants 3 up. 2 up on the Dodgers in the NL West with 6 to play. We're starting to count magic numbers, baby. We're starting to look at the magic number. A lot going on in the Bay today. Your calls, though, because we go guest-free here on a Monster Monday. YouTube is humming. Subscribe to the YouTube page at 95.7 The Game. Like it, love it, hate it. I don't care. As long as you're tuned in. Twitch brought to you by Xfinity. And, of course, the Morning Roast brought to you by Timeless Coffee. 888-957-9570. Let's go back out to the lines, baby. Start off with Rick and Antioch. Rick, what's going on? You're on the roast.
Well, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky?
What's up, baby?
You know what I'm here for.
I don't know what you're here for. What are you here for?
When the Niners win, I'll be quiet. When the Niners lose, I'll be talking again, man. Good
for you.
Hey, and honestly, you know what it is. You guys do the same stuff, and it just feels good. It's going to feel good all week, knowing that my Raiders are 3-0 and the Niners are 2-1.
Damn.
That's all I got for you.
I'm glad you're celebrating your Super Bowl championship already, Rick. After week 3. Respect to the Raiders for being 3-0.
Look. They can have their day. They're allowed to dance on the grave today, even though the season's far from over and it's got a long way to go. You know,
there you
good
go.
for them.
Frisco Shasky's back.
Well, look, good for them.
You've been San Fran Shasky for about 2.5 hours.
I mean, if my team moved to Nevada and they were 3-0, I'd be happy too.
Oh, man. Would you be a Niners fan if they moved to Nevada?
So it's interesting. I have thought long and hard. I don't know what I would do. I think it's easy for me to say one way or the other.
Right.
I wouldn't be a fan. I would be a fan. I don't know. I don't know how I would feel. I would be very, very, very conflicted. I don't fault anyone for either way. Like, I would think of it in both ways. Hey, should I stay loyal to the team that's all I know? And although they left us, because there's a communal thing that's wrapped around it, I'm not sure how I would act.
If the Niners had moved to Vegas and they won a Super Bowl,
I'd be heartbroken.
And they're throwing the Super Bowl parade down the strip, that would be sad, man. I'd be sad. All right, let's go to Matt in San Rafael. Matt, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
Hey, so 2 things. One, you touched on the DeForest Buckner move, and that runs deeper than that. That 2019 team, we went to that Super Bowl not because of Jimmy Garoppolo. We had some great play from our running backs, but that team was the hot boys. And that wasn't just how they played. That was the spark. That was the heart of the team. That was D-Buck. That was Quan Alexander coming back to the Super Bowl with a torn pec, playing hurt, taking a pay cut to come back the next year to try and help us out. And then you let him go and you trade D-Buck and you just gut that defense. Now, we keep talking like it's the same defense. It's Bosa, Warner, and a bunch of cast-off. D Ford, who's always hurt. Armstead, who, he's here, he's not there. And then 2, Jimmy aside, I can't stand all this. It wasn't Jimmy's fault. If it's not for the long pick, the fumbled snap, and 2 stalled red zone drives, field goal doesn't matter. Use check scoring early doesn't matter. Jimmy makes those plays, we blow them out. That's that. But lastly, you want to parade out the 94s like this. I mean, when did the bar for the Niners become so low? The bar, if you want to put out the Western font in the end zone and switch the decals and go with the shadow block text and everything, the bar is Seaford, Young, Primetime, bar none.
Wow.
Hanks. That's the bar.
Wow.
It's cute that Shanahan wants to play, the team like it was when my daddy was here, but it's not. So when does that talk happen?
Wow. Matt coming in strong. That's a strong call. You're parading the throwbacks. You got the saloon font. You got the shadow. He came hard. Because there's some validity to that. You wear those uniforms, there's a standard. You put that uniform on, Shasky, there's a standard you have to play with. You got to reach a high bar. Come on.
You don't play harder.
You don't play harder. But when you wear those uniforms, you represent something deeper.
I get that. But it was also Bill Walsh T-shirt day where they were giving out Bill Walsh T-shirts. Somebody grabbed one of the T-shirts and was like, hey, Shanahan, why don't you try one of these plays? Because there was like a play on the T-shirt.
Wow.
It was actually kind of funny.
Well, that is funny.
By the way.
It is funny because we've compared Shanahan so much to Bill Walsh.
He's not Bill Walsh.
here Monday
not Bill
morning,
Walsh.
September 27th.
Who is comparing him to Bill
I don't know. I'm just saying.
They might be
who's out
making
there?
metaphorical, comparisons. but not
I never want to hear Bill
correlation.
Walsh and Kyle Shanahan in the same sentence. I never want to hear that.
Come on. Of course. There was something funny. Fourth quarter, all right? They put the T-shirts in the cup holder in front of you, right? And it's kind of one of those things where you get to your seat, because usually it used to be they would hand things out of a box right when you got into the stadium, right? When you show your ticket, they scan your ticket, they give you something, then you walk in. And it's always a free-for-all at the beginning of as you're going into a stadium. This time, they put all the T-shirts at your seats in the cup holder in the seat in front of you. So I'm sitting down. It's the middle of the fourth quarter. And again, there's a couple of seats that have been unoccupied all game. And I'm thinking, man, maybe are they going to come? Are they not going to come? And you know how people are. You have those people that come and swoop up cups, swoop up T-shirts in the fourth quarter or in the ninth inning of a game. In the middle of the fourth quarter, this guy comes in, and I've never seen him before in our section, and he goes, seat 15? I'm like, yeah, right here. This is your seat. He's like, and 16? I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's that one right there. Where's my shirts? And I have my shirt around my neck because, you're holding the shirt. Right. And he goes, is that my shirt? I'm like, no, this is my shirt. The audacity to show up in the fourth quarter, middle of the fourth quarter, and say that I had his shirt? This is ridiculous. I mean, it's a horrible fan etiquette.
Wow. Now you know what it's like to be a black fan in America.
What?
There was one time in a game, I swear. No, I know that's a little too deep. I shouldn't have gone there, but look, we're here now. It was at a Rams game when Troy Smith came back and went in overtime.
Okay.
All right, I was with Big Dogs, with Mo Buddy, with Wet. And there was this guy sitting in front of us. And his jacket came up missing, right? Uh-huh. So he looks back, he goes, hey, guys, have you seen my jacket? It's like, nah. It's a hot day. It's like 90 degrees at the stick that day. It was cooking. Like, no, not at all. So he looked back again 2 minutes later. Come on, guys, just give me my jacket, okay? I know you guys have my jacket. It's no, we don't have your jacket. So when people just come out of nowhere and be like, is that mine? No, I was raised properly. No. I don't take things that is not mine, all right? You know what I'm saying? It's not mine. I'm not touching it. I'm not that guy, pal. I'm not that guy.
Well, anyway, look, the vibe was really good. Coming into, I walked...
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
I walked... Claiming somebody to steal something, that's the worst.
It is the worst. But I walked around that parking lot, and the vibe from everyone, just to be together again, was just incredible. And then that first half played out. And by the way, fourth quarter, lost in all the hoopla.
Yeah.
Fourth quarter, it was loud. And I'm talking NFC Championship level loud. I don't know if it resonated on television. Steven, you can let me know. Bonte, did you feel it through the press box? Because that place was rocking. Everyone had their towels or whatever, the T-shirts that they gave out, and they were whipping them around and everything. And to lose on a field goal that way, that barely crossed that. Did you get that feeling on the television?
Yeah, you could feel that. The one that caught my ear the most though was when Trey Lance came in right at the end of the first half, because there was nothing, and they needed some sort of spark to get him there.
Here's the best part. No, the best part. So they have this thing quiet when it's like third and short.
And Trey Lance does it.
Well, no, it's not just on the jumbotron, and it's here comes Trey running in. This is the best part of the whole game. This is the in-game experience, and all of a sudden you see Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's about to put a finger to the hand up on the jumbotron of shh, quiet, and they realize, oh, Jimmy's not in the game. Cut, and they just go to this still shot of the word quiet, and they got Jimmy off the. It was just funny, funny.
That's cold, man. And by the way, on that Trey Lance touchdown play, how about Trent Williams?
Just mauling.
Trent Williams every single game. Just Preston Smith had no shot against Trent Williams yesterday. They showed a montage on the television screen because that's why I like the press box. You get the NBC, and I can watch the game, 15-second delay, get to watch the play over. Trent Williams was owning Preston Smith. He owned him. He had to go to the other side to try to get a pass rush. No chance against Trent. Then Trent coming out on that touchdown with Trey Lance and then taking the ball from Trey Lance and spiking it. He destroyed that DB. Destroyed him. Trent Williams is I'm so glad they paid him. He's a bad dude. Let's go back out to the line.
Maybe you use him on 4th and 1 instead of taking a delay of game penalty from the 50 down 10. I don't know. Maybe run the ball over that left tackle.
Hey, Langford, do me a favor here. I don't see it on my board. I want to play this out before we get out to the lines. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about Jimmy Garoppolo. A lot of people are questioning whether Jimmy Garoppolo played well enough to win that football game. Well, here's what Kyle Shanahan said about Jimmy's game.
I thought Jimmy played real well tonight. The fumble there was a screen. He got let through way too early. It was a play-action screen. Right when he turned it around, it looked like 97 was in his face, and he tried to get rid of it and threw it backwards.
I don't even know what happened on that play.
What do you think about Shanahan, though? He said he played really well.
What's he going to say? What's he going to say about his quarterback? I told you I don't believe people at podiums. What else is he going to – Jimmy played horrible. Like, how's that going to help Jimmy? How does that help the team?
These are big boys who get paid millions of dollars. So Shanahan has been very critical of Jimmy in the past.
But not when he had a quarterback waiting in the wings. So he's got to be delicate with the situation. I have no problem with him saying he played well. Like, what else is he going to say? I'm asking you. I was at the stadium. I still haven't watched the game back. I was exhausted last night. Was that a backwards throw or a fumble? I couldn't tell. I thought he threw the Debo pass on the next drive backwards and out of bounds as well. What was the replay on that play? It looked like the DN came flashing up. He had a screen, but the guy fell or something, and then he got like stuck in no man's land and just kind of threw the ball down on the ground. What happened there?
It was an awful play. An awful play.
So was it a backward pass or a fumble?
It was I don't know what it was. It was Packers ball. It looked like a fumble, looked like a backwards pass. I don't know what the hell it was. It just, you had to award the ball to Green Bay just off principle. You know what I'm saying? And Jimmy Garoppolo knew when he came off the field, like, damn, I did something wrong. Yeah, that's their ball. And obviously every turnover gets reviewed by the NFL and the league offices, so they're up top reviewing it. Dude, it was so odd. I've never seen that
anything like that
in a long time. That I was just like, I guess it was a fumble. I don't.
Was his arm going forward? Was he pulling the ball back? I couldn't tell.
It looked like he was trying to brace for the sack, and he was going to go for the throw, but couldn't make it up in his mind whether he wanted to throw it or keep it just to brace for it. So he ended up just chucking it behind him, and in the end, it was a fumble.
You know, we get all technical with the play. It was an ugly play.
It was so ugly.
It was so bad. So bad. Let's go to Jamie and San Pablo. Jamie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. So when are we going to start, holding Lynch and Shanahan accountable? Because, I remember, Balky back in the day, right away, Balky this, Balky that. I mean, Lynch getting rid of, Buckner and not addressing a cornerback in the draft and just these running backs and, when are we going to start holding these accountable? And Shanahan not going for it on the fourth and first on the pack, I think it was half field. I mean, bring in
midfield,
do what you on that fourth and goal.
Short,
do that. I mean, when are we going to start holding these guys accountable? I mean, like, we're just talking about the players, but what about Shanahan? What about Lynch?
Hey, Jamie. Hey, Jamie. You haven't been listening to the show long, huh?
Oh, yeah, I have.
Oh, well, you would know. On this show, Jamie, and we appreciate you. We love you. We've been very critical of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
Their first, second, and both third-round picks yesterday did very little. I mean, Sermon was out there for, I believe, 40-some-odd snaps.
We love you.
And it just, I saw more Kevin Barlow than I saw Trey Sermon yesterday.
We love you, Jamie, but on this show.
And, Aubrey Thomas doesn't suit up.
Banks on this show.
Doesn't suit up.
Look,
Trey only gets a couple of snaps.
On this show, we've been very critical of the head coach, the GM, and the defensive coordinator is now in that group. D'Amico Ryans, he's a young
first year.
It's his first year. I get it. He's played in the league at an all-pro level. He's got to know. Deommodore Lenoir needs help over there.
Look,
they isolated Devontae Adams one-on-one with Deommodore Lenoir for the game.
It wasn't a great game plan, especially after seeing how much Philadelphia tried to take away George Kittle, and you don't have that same sense of urgency to try to take away Devontae Adams. That's the thing that bothers me.
18 targets.
But here's the other part, B. There is an element of, damn, that's an all-time great quarterback having one of those days. Like, he made 3 throws that I'm just not sure how many guys in the history of the game can make.
I hear you.
Am I overrating him?
No.
Like,
Aaron Rodgers
the Rodgers throw?
Great.
The Rodgers throw?
It was an all-time great.
I mean, God. The one he threw over Warner with 37 seconds to go, like that play, he looked to the right, he looked to the left, and I was like, he is going to Devontae. It is so obvious, and threw it just over the outstretched hands of Warner.
What about the touchdown to...
why is Warner in zone? Why are they all in zone right there on that one?
What about Valdez Scantling on the touchdown over Lenoir?
Hey,
he caught Lenoir peeking in the backfield, and he got just enough space to throw it over the top of Lenore and hit him for that touchdown.
Didn't it look like Valdez-Scantling's leg? So, again, I only see one replay. It looked like the leg dragged across the line.
It did.
I thought he was out of bounds.
He did, but I watched the replay.
It was a quick
good.
review.
It was good.
So it was a good touchdown?
It was a good touchdown.
That was a dime.
408, Jimmy's fumble pass looked like Frank Wycheck lateral pass to Kevin Dyson in the Music City Miracle. You're giving that Jimmy play way too much credit. 650, Sermon looked like Glenn Coffey. Oh, my. It's not good if you're looking like Glenn Coffey.
If you're looking like Glenn Coffey, call church.
Let's go to Benny in Fairfield. Benny, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, I just want to talk about, Jimmy G, man. He's jittery out there. He doesn't step up in the pocket. He's playing scared. He's scared to get hit. Can't throw the ball on the money. We got a squad on offense, and they can't. I mean, they got to catch. They can't catch the ball if you can't get the ball to them. And then our D line, man, they weren't getting home yesterday. A-Rod had all day to throw deep all day.
All right, thanks for the call, Benny. Let's go to Ricky in Danville. Ricky, what's happening? Ricky, what's going on, Ricky?
Hey, good morning. Happy No Voice Monday, you guys.
Yeah, I like that.
Yesterday, man.
What you got, Rick?
Organization they have. And the 49ers, they do a good job. Their staff, their front office, they do a good job to help the season ticket holders, and appreciate it. But just to get into the stadium was a train wreck.
It was.
They had 2 seasons to prepare for it, and it was a train wreck. I think they'll do better, but I think they need to get some feedback. I think Shanahan needs to go back to the lab and dial up some, get a little bit more tricky, because I do believe that the rest of the league has caught up with especially that Debo run play.
Oh, the jet sweep.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, thanks for the call,
That's
Rick.
the thing. Like yesterday, it felt like everything was left and right. Can we get north and south?
Exactly.
Can we get
East-West in the NFL. There's just too much speed on the field here. You got to go north-south. But with the running game struggling, you're not getting a good push off the ball. You got to try to get creative here and saying, like, hey, you know what? Let's try a jet sweep. Let's try a little jet touch pass sweep. It was not working. They even ran the George Kittle play. Remember the tight end handoff that they ran early in the game with George Kittle?
Actually, I thought that got him going a little.
Yeah, they had to do this stuff because you don't have any running backs right now. You don't have any running backs who understands how to run his zone stretch scheme. Like, just put your foot down and go, Trey Sermon. Come on. Let's go.
Well, look, there's a lot to dissect. We keep going back to the Rodgers plays with 37 seconds. I'm telling you, man, you cannot snap the ball. You are at the 12.
I know.
I keep going back to this. Everybody plays Madden, all right? You're at the 12. We watched Tom Brady march down too quickly, and what did he do? Called hike, walked back, and threw it out of bounds multiple times just to burn clock properly so the other team won't have the ball. All I kept saying, and I turned to my cousin, I turned to Rocco. I'm like, we can't score too soon here. This has to be the final possession. I do not blame Kyle Juszczyk when he catches the ball on a Texas route to going in the end zone. I think it's so hard to say, stop at the 1. It's easy for us to say it. It's impossible to do.
No doubt.
It's on the quarterback to wait to call hike. Now, it got hairy down in the end of the second quarter when the clock was running out and you only had one play and it was like a do or die. So I could say, hey, maybe they felt like they almost burned the situation before halftime. But this is the end of the game. And you are a veteran, 8 years in the game. Kyle Shanahan's been through this, whether it's the Seattle games, whatever. They've had multiple opportunities to iron out these wrinkles at the end of games when it comes to clock management. You do not hike the ball with 3 full timeouts from the 12 at 40 seconds left on the clock.
That whole possession.
It was just bad.
That whole possession, because we were texting each other during that final possession. And I even thought when they went empty, right before the Deebo Samuel third down conversion, they went empty backfield on first and second down. And I'm thinking to myself, why? Why? You have control of the football game. Run the ball if you need to. Now, I get it. The running game wasn't working. But Green Bay's in a bit of a prevent defense. I thought you could have ran some stuff, some underneath stuff or whatnot, just to get the clock moving. And so then, as you mentioned, at the 12-yard line, I'm saying to myself, why are you hurrying up? Why? Just snap the ball with 1 second left. You got to think, just like Super Bowl 54. Super Bowl 54, same situation. You throw 4 straight passes, you have 3 timeouts, and I'm thinking to myself, why would you even want to hurry up when Mahomes is on the other side? If he gets the ball back, he is scoring. I thought the same thing last night with Aaron Rodgers. 37 seconds, as soon as it scored, I was like, dude, they may have scored too quickly.
And the irony of that is that I didn't get the text for like another minute, and then it came through, and I was like, "Oh, thanks, Bonte, playing the results." And then I realized that you had sent it earlier because, by the way, that's another thing. The Wi-Fi was the thing that we touted when that stadium was built. It's lousy. I got no Wi-Fi in there last night.
You know what?
I don't know if it was a glitch or
in the
what.
press box, it was going in and out. In and out. I love you, Levi Stadium, but we got to fix the Wi-Fi.
Hey,
We're in Silicon Valley, baby.
Hey, I know everybody at the stadium is a hot topic. It was beautiful last night. I know that we lost, and I'm fired up and losing my mind. When that sun is setting, and it's like 70 degrees, 65 degrees in that stadium, I don't know, man. Look, I'm frustrated with the loss. I had a great night though, I know I'm losing it all morning. I don't want to forget how much fun I had being back in that stadium.
It was awesome. Let's go to Danker in the city. Danker, what's happening?
Packer fans showed out.
They did show up. They always do. What's up, Danker?
What's up, gentlemen?
What's going on?
How you doing? You know, it looks like we've run out of lipstick for this pig, guys. I mean, I know you don't want to bring up Walsh, but I do go back to Walsh when. What do you do to open up the run? You pass. What do you do to open the pass? You run. The run game wasn't there, and we couldn't break through that shell defense they have for Jimmy. But the way I really see it, Shanny, obviously he's been carrying Jimmy. He gets a lot of grief, but it's like Silicon Valley. He's like the iPhone. Right now in stores we have this Jimmy Garoppolo version, but Shanny has the update coming. He knows what he wants to do, but he's got to get this value for what's in stores right now because we don't want to get nothing in return. We need corners too. That'd be great if we could trade Jimmy for a corner, but we don't want to get lowballed.
And who's giving out corner? Like I hear you. Like it's just like Henderson got traded today, and we all kind of assume that Jacksonville's a nightmare for
a backup tight end and like a third round.
Who's giving up competent corners in the NFL when it feels like no one has enough of them?
Yes, in a passing league,
right?
Everybody's running 3, 4, 5 wide receiver sets.
I know.
You're not giving up corners.
Yeah.
You just got to get healthy. 49ers. K1, Fred.
We haven't talked. K1's one of those guys we don't talk about enough in terms of his importance to the team. They were a nickel, meaning the 5 DBs, the 2 linebackers,
and then linemen.
all game. Because I think that the Green Bay Packers did a fantastic job getting the 49ers out of base, and even if they were going to run the ball, it was going to be out of 3 and 4 wide receiver sets. They controlled spacing and pacing so well last night.
They did.
That's why I'm looking at LaFluer, and I said, LaFlueur outcoached Shanahan and his staff.
They went up tempo at times too,
which is
to make sure.
What did I say?
To make sure to get to keep the personnel on the football field for the 49ers, not allowing them to sub. I mean, it was textbook by the Green Bay Packers yesterday and how they manipulated the formations of the defensive formations of the 49ers. K'Wan Williams as a nickel back is one of the best slot corners in all of football. Him getting hurt, I was like, dear. And I go to the bathroom and it gets announced, Josh Norman is questionable with the chest injury. So I'm thinking to myself, all right, so now oh, wait, they got Dante Johnson. They're lucky they didn't get blown out last night.
They were lucky to be in that game. I mean, and to be in that position. There are a couple of bright spots, which I know we haven't really talked about some of the bright spots. Kittle getting the ball. I mean, thank you. Awesome. Need more of it. Ayuk coming out of the doghouse. That was fantastic. We needed that from him. I thought it was Kyle Juszczyk's best moment as a 49er. Just an overall unbelievable game.
Outside of the Super Bowl, you got a couple TDs.
His blocking yesterday, the running, he got more. I feel like he got more carries in that game than he has his whole Niner career. And then Al-Shaair on the opposite end. I thought he played his heart out yesterday.
I'm looking at Baldy. We're going to have Baldy tomorrow at 7:30. Baldy's breakdowns. Tweet he sent 43 minutes ago. The 49ers have too much experience on offense not to run more time off the clock in the final 2 plays.
Man,
they have to learn from this, and the next time they got to score to win and leave the opponent with no time.
That's
no time.
Look, man, there's a level of orchestra conducting that you have to do when you're the quarterback. From rookies, second, third-year players, I expect them to gaff those situations. Guys that have been in this spot for 9, 8 years in the same system, what's the excuse? And here's the thing, B, the clock is in front of you. There's a gigantic jumbo screen with the play clock as you're about to hike, plus on the left and right of you.
Not only that, but you have a quarterback who learned under Tom Brady and Jimmy Garoppolo, the master of the 2-minute drill, the master of it on how to manipulate clock. It was mind-boggling to me.
I feel like we do this thing where, Tom is sprinkling the dust on Jimmy.
No, it's not about that. But you're a backup quarterback. Why wouldn't you be taking notes from Tom Brady?
Some guys just aren't good or aren't receptive.
What all I'm saying is down the distance, clock management, in-game situations, 2-minute drills. How do you not take that this is the master of the 2-minute drill? But for some reason, Shanahan's 2-minute drill, hell, they were bailed out in Philadelphia in the first half last week by a 40-yard Deebo Samuel play where he was lined up wrong and Jimmy hits him. But the sense of urgency on that drive was a Shanahan staple as a head coach of the 49ers. Yeah. We're going to take our time. Yeah. We don't really know if we want to score. Do we want to go in a half down 3-0? We have timeouts, but we're not using them. And then, boom, you hit a big play. And you also get bailed out by George Kittle going out of bounds, Jermichael Hasty going out of bounds. But you're letting the clock run and run and run. Think about the Deebo play. There was 23 seconds left in the first half, and you're at your own 45-yard line.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can't do that.
Well, and I think the big thing with not only are you at the 12 and there's 12-yard line, 12 seconds when he calls hike on the play clock, 37 to 40-something seconds on the actual game clock. You had all 3 timeouts. And you're right there. If you were at the 22, okay, I get it. You're at the 22, a guy breaks through, got it. At the 12, you could throw a ball into the end zone. You could throw 4 or 5 balls into the end zone. They're going to want that back. And I don't blame Juszczyk at all. That is not on Juszczyk. That, to me, is on the coach and the quarterback to understand the situation.
You know what? Niner Nick Newman had an epic post-game rant last night. Epic post-game rant. And he basically said, blame Shanahan for everything happening with Jimmy Garoppolo. Blame Shanahan for Garoppolo. Let's rat-a-tat these calls here. Rat-a-tat. It's been a great day. You, the Roasters, carried the show. It's all about you. Guest-free Mondays here on a Monster Monday. And you guys brought the heat today. Let's finish strong here. Let's finish strong. Austin in San Jose. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys are bringing the heat, man. Great show.
Thank you.
Not a Niner fan, but the game was, listen, Joe captured it. It was a fantastic game. We shouldn't forget that. Yeah, the Niners didn't win it, but, you guys, I think Joe said it best. You guys remember, he played against one of the all-time greats last night. I mean, watching that game on TV and seeing some of the throws that Aaron Rodgers was making, I mean, it was incredible. I mean, he was like a magician out there. So, yeah, the Niners gave up the points at the end, but, I mean, again, you got to remember, I think Aaron Rodgers is one of the greats. And you didn't have a great on the other side. He's a good quarterback, but he's not an all-time great. So
no doubt.
I enjoyed the game, and I think it was a great game, guys.
It was. No doubt. And I think I'm coming around on Davante Adams being – I think he's one of the greats of this generation.
He's a free agent. He's a free agent.
He's put on spectacular performances against the 49ers.
Well, they shut him down a couple times too, though. They shut him down.
Last year, he dominated them, too.
That was a practice squad.
Okay, we can dismiss it, but the guy was awesome. You got to dismiss it.
We didn't talk about it all last year. That was a joke of a game.
Agreed.
2019, he had 7 catches, 43 yards on Sunday Night Football. Then he got some garbage time love in the NFC Championship.
Well, he's a great player.
But he is a great player.
He is a great player. And his synergy and this unspoken thing with him and Aaron Rodgers, the back shoulder throws, that's – look, if you're sitting here and you're saying to yourself, what do the Niners have never been able to do since Steve Young and Garcia have not been here? They have not been able to do this. I've got my best receiver.
Right.
He's on an island over there. I'm going to throw the back shoulder throw that is unguardable. All the greats can do it. And the Niners just can't do it for the life of them.
Let's get these calls out the way. Steve, what's going on, Steve? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. Just want to talk about Jimmy. I think we've seen enough of him to know that he is most effective when he can work the middle intermediate of the field. And that doesn't happen when two things that happens either when the Niners have an effective run game or we give Jimmy a lot of credit for these 2-minute drives. 2-minute drives, the safeties on the defense are dropping back a little bit, and so they're giving them that intermediate field. When those two things aren't happening, we got nothing.
I hear you, Steve.
Well,
let's go to Junior real quick in Oakland. Junior, what's happening?
He's right.
You're on the roast.
Good call.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
We got you.
Hey, B, man. I think this may be my third time calling, and every time I call, man, I want to holler at you because I love how you keep it real. Real quick. B, I don't think you're there yet. I think you just had a kid. I had a daughter that played AAU basketball, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times we would go out there with a team that's better than us, B, right? And you could see that in the first half. But here's the hit. This is what I want to get to. Because of the coach she had, right, B? We will come out in the second half, and because of the adjustments, B, because of the adjustments he made, we would run through them and ultimately win the game, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Shanahan, I haven't seen him make one adjustment, right, to where we can say, oh, that was Shanahan, or that was a great adjustment he made to cause the 49ers to come back and win the game. I think we're giving him a pass.
Oof.
A lot of people are giving him a pass. And to be honest with you, man, I think, in a lot of these games, starting with the Super Bowl, he's just over his head, dude.
Man.
So,
you know what I'm saying? It's over his head, man. That's what I got, guys.
Good call.
So, look, I mean, did we not give him any credit for adjusting last week and throwing in a bunch of screens in the second half?
Yeah, those screens didn't really work, though.
Well,
those screens
they got
didn't
the
really
win.
work.
I mean,
they got the win. I mean, he's on to something here.
I thought they adjusted in the third quarter of the Super Bowl.
Here's the thing. Can we at least agree to this? Can we stop giving Shanahan a pass for everything?
No one's giving him a pass. I think
he's gotten no, Shasky. He's gotten a pass for the Super Bowl loss. He's gotten a pass for last year.
He's been criticized.
He's gotten a pass because he hasn't been able to pick his quarterback. He's gotten a pass. I don't think that's over.
I don't think he has some hall monitor pass. I think he's been critiqued on the softer end, but he has received
very
critique.
soft.
Yeah, look,
soft serve.
I agree.
Soft serve. We go to number 10 before we go to the head coach.
We rip Steve Kerr more than we
exactly. And Steve Kerr's got 3 rings.
I agree with that on the level of managers and coaches that have been around the Bay Area.
It doesn't make any sense.
But I also think, Bonte, it's because of what happened with Tom Sula and what happened with Chip Kelly. I think, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I think there's a lot of 49er fans that are like, hey, man, we kind of ran out the last great coach that we had. I don't want to do that again. So even if we have some flaws, because every coach has some flaws, I don't want him getting kicked out because then we could be in the Tom Sula zone again.
Yeah, I
get that.
Yeah, he's not great yet. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game to get breaking news updates as well as links to the top interviews and best moments on the game. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Finish this off, Bud. And we got some funny stuff to play after this call here with Bud. What's up, Bud?
Listen, man. I'm a Raider first and foremost, but I love to talk sports. You know what I mean? I got to talk sports. So listen, I understand. Niners fans are mad. It came down to a field goal, but you gotta be happy with what you saw. I mean, it came down to a field goal. As great as Aaron Rodgers is, as great as Devontae Adams, everything is. It came down to a field goal. And that right there is where you start to question Shanahan with the some plays that could have went this way, some plays that could have went that way. But at the same time, you got to look at it. I believe that Shanahan and Lynch are whiffing on a few things, starting with the defensive line. You gave away Buckner, who's one of the biggest helps to your line. You look at Solomon Thomas, who's rejuvenated over in Las Vegas. And I heard some of Niners fans complaining about Bosa, his play, or him being held or whatever. Listen. The year Bosa won Defensive Rookie of the Year or whatever, guess who had more sacks than Bosa that year? Max Crosby. Guess who's leading the league in sacks since all of those guys were drafted? Max Crosby. Who's leading the league with hits? Max Crosby, since those guys were drafted. And remember, Crosby didn't have any help. Bosa had all the help over there. So all I'm saying is you guys got to look at Shanahan and look at Lynch and look at the guys who they have supporting these guys. Because when you have those other 2 key players that I named, Bosa was over there shining. There's nothing to take away from Bosa. He's going to be a superstar. He may just end up in the Hall of Fame if he can continue to do what he do. But at the same time, and Shanahan said he wanted to take Mac Jones over Trey Lance. He said he was worried about the.
All right, we're done. Bye-bye, Bud. We gave you a lot of time here. Real quick, Ball D at 7:30 tomorrow. Flim at 8 o'clock. Can't wait to talk to Dave Fleming about the Giants tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We got some funny stuff here. Langford taking away with these last two cuts.
Which one do you want? Do you want Bill Belichick?
I want Belichick first.
You want Belichick first?
Yep.
And we also got Dave Letterman asking KD questions at Nets Media Day.
Gosh.
But here's Bill Belichick when asked what he thinks of Mac Jones' interceptions.
Bill, what did you see on Mac's interceptions?
Where are we? Yeah, well, probably the same thing you saw.
Belichick. And now, because we're going to Warriors Media Day right after this. Warriors Media Day happening down at Chase Center. Can't wait to go see the new guys. Can't wait to see the old guard and Curry, Draymond, and Klay Thompson. We're going down to Chase Center immediately after the show. But the Nets are having their Media Day as well. They're holding training camp in San Diego. Here's what David Letterman said to asked Kevin Durant.
Dave from Basketball Digest. Kevin, KD, why do people call you KD? Can I call you KD? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
My first name is Kevin.
K. Right.
And my second name, my last name, my second name. My last name is Durant with a D.
KD. This year, what percentage do you plan on giving on the court? 90, 95, 100, 110? What are we looking at?
110.
110.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Dave Letterman.
And that's how we end the show.
Dave Letterman. Are you a big Letterman guy? Were you Leno or Letterman?
I was both. I like both.
Yeah.
I like both.
Yeah, I think they both were.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's. Yeah,
Letterman,
whatever.
Everybody always told me, he's such a great comedian.
Yeah.
I just,
He's not bad.
No, I'm not here to rip him. It's just,
Right. Fun show.
He's the GOAT.
Fun show.
Is he?
Yeah, fun
Chappelle's
show.
the GOAT.
Fun show.
Well, I guess night shows is different.
Yeah, night shows are different. Talk shows. Yeah. Hey, man, that was a fun show. Monster Monday. Guest-free Monday. The callers, they brought it. Texters, they brought it. YouTube. Subscribe to YouTube. It was humming today. Twitch brought to you by Xfinity. They were going crazy. A lot of fun. Niners lose to the Packers. 30-28. They're now 2-1. We got to go.
I got a clip filled of Giants takes for tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait.
So be ready for
I can't wait. Giants up 2 on the Dodgers. Day off today. See you tomorrow, folks. Midday show coming up next.
Whether it's the day you take on 6 new employees or the day your work takes you across the country,